That's right, girl. Sorry, I'm trying to fix stuff because I had to reinstall a bunch of stuff and do a bunch of stuff today. And yeah, hold on. Please be patient. How's that? Is that better? The voice of the brown note. So yeah, I saw your donation and I appreciate that, creeps. What happened was I was trying to read it out for everyone, but apparently my fucking microphone wasn't working, so that's where we're at. Let me read it out for you now. Let me find a cool voice for it.
Ladybot Does D&D donated $5. Darling, I'm here to do the shit. The flies fuck mod shit. Let's roll buttholes.
How's that? Barry White is back. It's because I'm sick as fuck. Hey, girl. Sorry. I'm going to do my best to not cough into the microphone tonight. It's this music that makes it Barry White. Send me a nurse. Yeah. Roll for cold symptoms. Natural 20. I have them. I think there are some cough drops in the house, but I'm not gonna suck on a cough drop while trying to talk to people. And I gotta do a lot of talking tonight. Well, maybe you can be quiet about it. I'm not used to having things in my mouth. Woo! Listen, Walshy, you get the fuck out. That was funny as hell. And I hate you for it. But only a little bit. Can we get a shout out for Here Comes Walshy, please? It's a hell of an entrance, my friend. Take that, inertia creeps. How are you liking Resident Evil Village? We'll be starting soon. A couple minutes. That's cool. I'm glad you're happy. That's the one with all the mold, right? You know what? Let's get this show started right fucking now. Right fucking now. Let's go. Ready? 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 Bam. Hey everybody. Hello. Happy Thursday. How are you today? Good to see you. Welcome to the sick D&D session. And not that like this session of D&D is going to be sick, but I'm sick. Not sick. I'm sick. You might be able to tell by my voice, but that's all right. We're going to have a good time. Or at least I hope we are. Thank you, Arcarian, for that resub. It's been way longer than 13 months, but thank you for that. Sick of your shit? Yes, I am sick of your shit. No, I appreciate it. Okay, so I could do this. First thing, this is a D&D session night. Thank you all for being here. This is awesome. Episode 2 of Moonrise at Greenest. If you are wondering what the story is about, then you can either check out the last episode or just listen to the recap at the beginning. That'll give you the basic gist of what's going on. That said, it's a D&D game, right? So all my sound effects and all my cool bips and bobbles and boops and shit. Thank you, Gold Luca, for the resub. That's awesome. 18 months of love, even though it's been longer than that. You hope Queen Gold Luca is looking... Kitten, you're funny. Yeah, so it's a D&D session, so I have all the noises turned off, a bunch of people's entry sounds turned off and stuff like that. I will not be able to interact with you as much as I normally would, even though I'd like to. Yeah. So the setting here is 5th edition, Forgotten Realms, D&D. The next thing we're going to talk about, the very next thing, definitely Kitten, yeah. Thank you, Big Kuna. Thank you very much. That Prime sub is awesome. Appreciate you in my loins. Cool. Next thing we're going to talk about is Destiny points. Destiny points are cool because you can drop bits, and for every 1,500 bits, you will give the party a Destiny point. What they can do with Destiny points are a couple things, really. They can use it to re-roll. They can use it to get advantage on a roll. It's all one word, creeps. They can also use it in creative ways that they haven't tried yet. So that will be up to them. There will be a meter on all the screens that will give you an idea of where we're at based on those goals. You should be able to see them just fine. I apologize if I seem out of it. It's because I am, but I'm not going to complain about it anymore. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, another good point about that is the points don't carry over per episode. So, definitely encourage the players to use them if we get them. I think with all that being said, I think we're going to jump right back into it. Or jump right into it here. Man. All right, we about ready for stuff to happen?
Sure.
All right, cool. Do their things the right way. Turn off my other music. Okay, everybody. I would like to introduce you to my 4 players, who you probably met last time you were here. They just waved. That's it. End of session. Good night. No. We have on the top left on my screen, you have Big Kahuna. And on the top right is Tucker Krat. On the bottom right is Player 1 ATX. On the bottom left is Misbehave 8. Let's start with Big Kahuna. Do me a favor and give a brief description of your character and anything else you want to say about you, your streamingness, and whatever you got. That's right, your streamingness.
All right, will do. Hi, everybody. I'm Big Kahuna 0275, and I will be playing the Drow Gloomstalker Arathis the Black. He's a little gloomy. Well, I mean, aside from his class, but he is endeared to his family, which is these 3 people who are also pretty much orphans, and we all kind of came together and grew up together in the monastery. So he considers them very dear family, and he will do anything that he possibly can to protect them.
that it?
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Marcus, let's go with you next, or rather Tuckercrat. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm playing Marcus, who is a half-orc barbarian pro-gladiator. He wanted to be a bard, but washed out because he has trouble reading. He's very well-meaning. And I'm actually Tuckercrat, and I have a stream where I play a lot of variety of things, including my own D&D stream, which will be back up and running in the fall. I'm on break until August, and yeah, that's about it.
All right, great. Player Winnie TX, you're next.
Hello! I am playing Beacon, a Sun Elf Warlock who is just trying to make his way in this crazy world. He's very concerned with his friends, wants them to be okay, wants you to be okay, wants everyone to be happy. But, you know, there are some people who just won't be happy, and that's sad. But enough about them. I'm also player one, your new favorite DJ, or at least maybe I will be once I get my new apartment in order and actually carve out some space to start streaming. And in the meantime, I also work at a local University of Texas, as the projection shop supervisor, and I also have to make sure that we can stream events. And one of these days, coming soon, we're going to have our new season up and running, you know, once the fall comes. But that's enough about me.
Excellent. Misbehave 8, you are next.
I'm Misbehave 8, like I said. I'm playing Nixie, who is kind of a mischievous forest gnome. She does have a ferret named Roto. She likes to play tricks a lot and says some pretty oddball stuff, but they're all in fun. And like last time, she kind of put fish guts in somebody's boots, but he saw it first, which kind of stunk, but you know.
But then he got to wear the shiny boots.
Yes, he got to wear the shiny boots. I stream on Twitch, and actually this weekend I'm doing a charity stream for One Up on Cancer, and I'm cosplaying as a Twi'lek and playing Star Wars: The Old Republic. So that's what's going on with me.
Well, I know what I'm doing this weekend. I heard Star Wars and Twi'lek and Misbehave, and I'm in. Okay, great. I think we're just going to jump right into it here, unless anyone else has anything to say. I don't think so. I think we're good. Okay. All right. Graduation day. Mysterious graduation day was a day full of adventure. You ate. You drank. You had things stolen. You found a dead man and some shadowy danger. Who killed Hedrig, the town drunk? Why? Where is the missing mirror piece? Weakened by their fight with the shadows, our heroes bring Hedrig's body to the temple for burial and a much-needed rest. However, time is not on their side. The longer they wait, the more difficult it will be to find the thief and the missing artifact. So, you have gone into rest, and unless you have anything crazy you want to do, I assume you're just going to go to sleep. Nods all around. Great. You do. Someone roll a d4 for me and give me the result, please. I nominate whoever rolled that.
I rolled a 2.
You rolled a 2. Very well. Marcus, as you are sleeping, you have a tough time of it. You're a little freaked out by the things you saw. You've never encountered things like that before. But also you have a dream of you running through a field and just heavy breathing.
Like my heavy breathing, or I'm hearing someone else's heavy breathing?
You're heavy breathing. Like you are running through a field. You feel free. You feel alive. You look up at the beautiful sky, a beautiful, clear, starry night, a bright full moon, and you just feel alive. Just feel very, very alive. And then you wake up. And you all wake up in the morning, rested and refreshed. What do you do?
I kind of want some breakfast. I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I go eat as well.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I woke up to some squirrels with some nuts ready to throw at me again. But I'm hungry, so we'll go get some breakfast.
Mark is going to do a couple push-ups just to make sure that he regained his strength, and then go join everybody for breakfast.
You do your push-ups and you feel just fine. Nixie, you're rejoicing at the fact that you can actually move. It seems that the strength has returned to your limbs, and all is well. And I assume you just move out to wherever the mess hall is, and you could have a lovely breakfast of whatever you want. There's bread, cheese, fruit. Standard breakfast fare.
So we were asked not to leave the general area because we're people of interest in this murder. Where exactly are we staying?
You are back at the temple.
Okay.
The monastery. And you had brought the body to the guards at the entrance of the temple, and they said, "Well, we'll take care of it. Just don't go anywhere because people will want to question you." So you you start eating, and you're waiting and eating. Nothing is happening in the immediate moment. Are there things you wish to speak about as a group?
I'm kind of wondering what they did with the body.
Okay. How are you going to go about finding out what that is?
Is there a? I mean, I would assume that we're actually familiar with the guards around here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would find somebody in charge, and I would ask, did they treat the body with respect and show him his proper, give him a proper burial, whatnot.
Yeah. So you actually just go to the nearest guard, and he says, "Well, when you're done eating, come with me, and I'll show you."
Oh, okay. Well, I finish up and I go with him.
Wait, hang on, I'm coming to Arathis. Oh.
Are you really gonna go look at a dead body?
I mean, he kind of died right above our temple. Anyways, and also his dad is one of the guards in town.
Honder? Was that the name? Honder? Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you all finish up eating pretty quickly, and the guard escorts you to a room where they inter bodies. Is it weird that this monastery has that? Maybe a little bit, but they do. And there on a marble slab is the body. The body has been wrapped up in gauze-like bandages, but its eyes have been left open to the sky.
Ooh, that's weird.
That's normal for your religion, or for the Selenite religion.
So I turn to the guard and I ask, have they notified Honder?
The guard, yes. He should be here at some point this morning.
I assume he would want to speak with us.
Well, that's his prerogative, but I assume so as well. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Is he? He's like the magistrate of the town, I would assume.
Hunter?
Yeah.
No, he's just a guard.
Oh, he's just a guard. Okay.
Who is in charge of the investigation?
Well, it's only been a few hours. I don't know. I couldn't leave my post.
No, I just didn't know in the chain of command if there was a specific person that you would assume would be in charge of determining what's going on for important matters, like a captain or someone.
Well, let me think here. As Rage Mage looks through his list of people. Well, there's the Watcher of the Keep, Escobrith the Red. But he's not really a magistrate type. There's the mayor, Tarba Nighthill. He might want to look into it. So you all, as you think about it, this town is a pretty small town. So there's no, like, there are guards, but they're mostly militia. Like, people aren't hired to be guards, typically. So there isn't really a massive police force or anything like that. Like, the town is literally maybe 100 people, which is very small. And so as the guard is talking to you, you see Hunter Sour, or Sower rather, being escorted by two of the Selenite guards. And Hunter Sour looks like that.
Is he familiar with us?
At least one of you. Yeah, I mean you've seen him around. Just doing his job. He has some children that may have interacted with members of the party at some point. You all sort of grew up in the same area.
We know him as a good man, I would assume.
Hunter Sower is, as far as you know, a good man. He's an honorable man. He takes his duty as a guard very seriously. True to his word, that kind of thing.
Okay. Just to pay him his proper respect as an elder, I won't approach him. I'll wait for him to initiate conversation with us.
Okay. You all move to the side as Hunter approaches the body. And Hunter takes off his helmet, puts it on the ground. And just sort of stares, giving the body a hard stare. And in that moment, he reaches up and actually closes the eyes. Everyone make perception checks for me. Marcus, I'll go ahead and make yours.
I rolled an 11.
You rolled an 11. Marcus, you rolled a 12.
I rolled a 10. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're at 10, 11, 12.
And
I am 4 perceptive right now.
Great. So Marcus and Arathis, you both... actually, Nixie, you hear this too. You hear him muttering, like, why did it have to be you? Why? And you hear sniffling.
Is it perceivable that he knows what did this, I would assume?
You have no way of knowing that.
Okay, because he's whispering. He's not actually speaking it out loud.
He's muttering to himself.
I continue to listen and see if he says anything else.
No, not really. Just after a few minutes of don't let other people see me crying. He turns, picking up his helmet, putting it back on. You were the ones that found him, then?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
We were in pursuit of an unseen presence in the temple. And on our way out of the temple, we came across his body.
You were ahead, Arathis, right? You were ahead of us.
Yes.
Well, I came across him first, but yes.
That's true.
Did you... You said you heard some sounds before you approached him.
I did. I heard moaning. But when Beacon and I approached the body, he was quite dead.
Then, do you have any idea of what he was doing here?
Well, how we ended up there was someone was taking stuff from the temple, and so we were following the clues and ended up climbing out of the temple. And when we reached there, we found the bag near your son's body, the tracks leading to him, but no indication of whoever had harmed him.
So, he's listening to you, and you can tell that he's trying to determine whether or not you're telling the truth. All right. So, you found him, and you brought him back here.
I think whoever was behind what happened to our temple used your son. There's one thing missing from the bag that we found near his body. Everything else that was taken from the temple is in there.
And the battle with the shades.
Oh, yeah, we got attacked by those things right afterwards.
You were attacked by what?
Shades.
Shades
Shadow.
of Shadowfell.
3 of them.
He looks very skeptical. Being a town's guardsman, he probably hasn't heard of much for those things.
I don't know what they were exactly, but Nixie and I got quite injured. We're feeling better after sleeping. Do I have any scars I could show him from the night before?
You don't. None of the damage rent your flesh.
But the guards on duty last night can attest to this.
Attest to what, exactly?
How we returned, we were embattled. Both Marcus and Nixie were afflicted.
he looks around at the guards. And you can tell that the way he's doing it is with authority. But the guards here are nodding. All right. So, my son.
We can take you to the site where we found his body.
One moment, please. So my son stole things from you, was used by someone, and that someone stole the things that he was stole?
I don't know if it was him that specifically stole from us, but it's a possibility that if he did, this person then attacked him and then took one item from this bag that we found that has everything but, what was it, a mirror shard that's gone, Beacon?
Yes, that's right. It was a shard of a mirror.
Hunter, if I may share my opinion of the situation, seems, because we did not actually see the assailant that was in the monastery at the time. We were merely chasing a shadow that led us out to his body. I'm going to assume that perhaps he was used as a plant to make it seem as if he was the assailant. However, the rage in which his body was found, in the state it was found, it appears that he was killed as a scapegoat.
Dumb boy who'd do anything for another drink. Listen, will you help me?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Help me
So,
find who
Nixie.
did this. I will pay you.
Oh. Hey. Nixie goes up to him, since she kind of knows him from growing up there, and grabs his arm and kind of gives him a little hug because she feels bad for him.
His other arm reaches over and pats you on the head.
While Nixie is hugging, Marcus is going to try to say very softly to the other two, I'm like, I don't feel comfortable taking his money. I mean, we were going to investigate this anyways because they still stole something from our temple, right?
Agreed.
Okay, so go ahead and tell him we're not taking his money, but we're going to help him anyways.
Honor, I will not accept payment.
She pats his hand. Nixie does. No payments. No payments.
We have to find who stole the mirror shard from our temple regardless.
All right. I suppose you'll be wanting to see his place then.
That would be a good start.
I'll give you directions to it, and here's where I live, and he gives you direction to his house. I'm going to be there. I'll tell the other guards I'm not going to be on duty for a while.
Will we need a key to get in? Or can I use my lockpicks?
I poke her when she says that.
You have lockpicks, do you?
No.
So
I'm trying
thank
not
you
to chuckle at her.
Thank you for these bits of information. We really appreciate it. We certainly do need not only to find whoever it is that took this mirror shard, but it's very important that we find out who did this to your son. This I know he may have had a reputation around town, but he certainly did not deserve this. And we are deeply, deeply sorry for your loss.
He was a sweet boy.
May I ask, does he have any enemies? Or anyone who would want to hurt him?
Not that I can think of. Maybe he owed some people some money. Any money he got, he just drank away. He spent a lot of time at the Hollow Oak.
Is that where we went to eat?
Yep.
So I think that after we check out his living quarters, we'll go talk at the Hollow Oak.
And eat.
Potatoes.
Indeed.
We just ate breakfast, but okay.
It's a second breakfast.
All right, well, I'll be at my house if you need anything. Please do your best. I know I barely know you. Other than, you know, some troubles that, well, anyway.
I'm sure he's eyeing Nixie on this.
Nope, actually.
Oh.
Marcus.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be there. If you find anything, let me know. If you need questions answered, if I have the answers, I'll give them to you. Great. I'll take my leave then.
My condolences on your loss.
Yes.
Thank you. It means a lot. And he turns to leave, and as he does, he speaks to one of the guards near the entrance of the internment area, giving instructions of what to do with the body. You hear, take him to the graveyard, that kind of thing. Bury him at this spot.
I suppose we should head off.
Did they have personal effects that they needed to give him or anything like that?
Other than his ratty clothes, he really didn't have anything. Where are you going?
Heading to the living quarters. He didn't give us a key, so I can use my lockpicks.
He might not even have a lock on his door if his quarters weren't that great.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Okay, so you head out of the monastery into town. Give me just a moment. You take a left turn here, right turn there, walk along the road this many paces, and you are here. Why am I in editing? That doesn't make sense. Okay, let me put your characters here so you can see. So the door, you come up to the door, and the door is actually broken in, looks like.
Darn.
And you see that this place has been completely ransacked. Judging by excuse me. Judging by the condition of everything here, you were willing to bet that it was not in good condition in the first place. But obviously, like, the bed has been split in two. The table is broken. The benches are knocked over. There's food on the ground.
Obviously, they're looking for something.
So, is he in, like, some sort of building where other people might be living?
No, this looks like his own personal house.
Got it. And I'm assuming the next abode is kind of far away.
Can you see another abode? Or like, what do you mean by that?
I don't know if he has any neighbors that might have noticed somebody coming in this direction.
Yeah, like, is this an apartment or
Right,
a condo or,
Good, gotcha. So this is a small town. The next neighbor is probably 15 to 20 feet away. The next house over. Things are pretty spaced out. In a larger city, there would be people all over the place, but it's not quite that way here.
Right. 15 to 20 feet, they might have heard something. They might have seen somebody.
It's possible.
Who wants to go ask the neighbors if they saw anything?
I'll stay here and investigate.
I
If
can
you-
ask the neighbors.
Yeah, I'm gonna help Arathis investigate.
Okay.
Beacon, you're the smoothest talker.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm happy to go and engage with the neighbors and see if they saw anything.
I'll
Sounds
go with
gr-
and. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll go with and just stand and look cute. I'll try not. No pranks, I promise.
So here we go. So I will walk the 15 to 20 feet over to the next bungalow, shack, shanty, and
They're all the same here. Yeah, pretty much the same
Okay.
thing.
all right. I assume this one does have a door on it, though, right?
It does, in fact. Yep. And
Hey,
it's
all
very,
right.
It's very closed.
Okay. Then I will very politely knock on said closed door.
Okay, you do. And nobody's home. You wait a minute or two. Nobody's home.
All right.
In that time, Marcus and Arathis, you said you're both investigating. Are you investigating separately? Are you investigating in such a way to help each other out? How are you doing this?
Marcus will assist Arathis.
Okay.
I'm doing it systematically, so as we come in, I'm going to start with the right corner all the way from the door and then just work my way in. Like an
Sounds good. Make an investigation check with advantage because Marcus is helping you.
I forgot how to do this advantage thing.
So when you click on the thing to start the check, it opens up the dialogue, the roll dialogue, right? There's a couple little arrows to the right. Click that, and that should be advantage.
I think I did
18.
that right. 18.
That's a very good roll. So you start looking around, like you actually pick up all the books, and part of your investigation is actually cleaning up. So you're putting the books back in the shelves and like moving the bookshelves back to where they are supposed to be, so you can get a better idea of how the place is supposed to look. And like one of the carpet's edges was like flipped backwards, and you start to pull it back to where it's supposed to be. But as you pick it up, you notice a note underneath the carpet,
Okay.
laid flat.
I'll grab it and read it.
You do. Give me just a moment. I'm going to give this to you as a journal entry.
Oh, okay.
So in your journal now should be something called Hedrig's note. But I will read it out for you and the stream. Actually, you know what, BK, since you have a better voice and are less tired than me, can you read it for me?
Absolutely. H, per our agreement, you have been paid 50 gold pieces up front and will be paid 100 gold pieces more upon delivery. Be aware that this contract is signed and bound in blood on pain of death. Signed, Hedrig Sower. In messy, blotchy script. Signed, there is a scratch mark where the name should be. There's a symbol of a black bird of some kind. It's impossible to tell what kind. And I read this to Marcus, of course.
What kind of bird is that?
I'm like, I don't know. I mean, with my kinship with animals, would I be able to discern what kind of
You can
bird
try.
that?
You can make a nature check. Make an art check.
An art check?
No, it's a joke. Someone in chat said it was very funny.
Oh my goodness, I'm not very naturey. I'm a 5.
More of a raptor beak, or like a bill?
It's clearly a pterodactyl. No, I don't know. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, it's just hard to make out. Like, it could be poorly drawn. It could be, a Van Gogh. Anyway, yeah, you can't make out what kind of bird it is.
Could you? Did you read the note out loud, or were you just reading it inside your head?
He read it.
No, I read it out to you.
Okay.
I even handed the note to Marcus.
Right. Okay. This is in blood. Is this written in blood?
Is it written in blood?
I don't think so.
You said that these words say that this contract is bound in blood.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
explained.
it does say that, but it's not written in blood.
I just don't. Is there any, this is in game. Like, where did he sign in blood?
No, Marcus. This means that upon pain of death, meaning that he is promised this amount of money to do this task, and he will be paid upon completion 100 on the delivery. If he does not deliver, he will die.
Okay.
That's what that means.
So, I guess the question is whether he chose not to deliver in full, or they rescinded their end of the deal and just decided to kill him anyways.
I'm thinking they had decided to kill him regardless.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me too. We should return the 6 copper we found on his body to his dad.
Agreed.
You're all so nice. This is great.
I'll take the note back. I'll hold on to this.
Yeah, that's good to show us to his dad when we have more clues.
Oh, I forgot to mention also, after you found the note and you continued investigating, you found a small pouch behind one of the bookshelves with 50 gold pieces in it.
You should.
Okay, I'll take that to Hondra.
I mean, if this also belonged to whoever was behind all this, perhaps I don't know if it should be given to somebody who could, divine or be able to, identify whose pouch this is. This is the first time I've ever been involved in a murder investigation.
You mean like Beacon?
Wait, Beacon can divine?
I don't know. I don't know what his skills are.
We are really bad at being siblings.
I was more concerned in honing my own skills than learning yours.
Once he's done knocking on all the doors and asking them if they've heard about Saloon, we'll ask him.
Okay, we're gonna pause there and go back to Beacon and Nixie. So you've knocked on this door and nobody answered. But it's early in the day, so maybe they've gone to work.
seems like a fair assumption. Are there any like windows along the wall or anything like that?
There are two in the front. Yep.
I would like to try to peek in them if the blinds aren't drawn or something.
So they're not glass windows. These are
Okay.
like the kind where you just sort of push up the plank to open
Okay.
it.
I see.
But they seem to be locked from the inside, or like you pull on them and something is stopping it.
Yeah, fair enough. What if we go around the back of the house? Are there any doors or windows there?
There is no back door. There is a window,
Okay,
similarly locked.
fair enough. And this is the one closest neighbor. Are there other little shacks nearby?
Yeah, there's another one to the south of this one. You went to the north.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go check the one to the south.
That seems fair. What do you think, Nixie? Should we check the one to the south?
At least one more. I don't really
Yeah.
want to break into somebody's house if they're at work, because that's kind of rude.
I think that's fair. I would imagine that if whoever ransacked Hedrig's place had ransacked these other places, then their windows probably wouldn't be locked. Their doors probably wouldn't be closed.
Right.
To the south, then.
Great. Okay, so you head to the south one. I assume you knock.
Yes.
Okay, you do.
Good morrow, friends. Have you heard the good news about Saloon?
So from quote unquote deep inside the house, which is it's a very small house, so it's not super deep, but you hear it. Just a minute, I'll be right there. And you hear a lot of shuffling, not a lot of shuffling, but like someone shuffling around and moving a bit. And then the door opens a little bit, and you see a hawkish nose stick out, pale white. It's a person's nose, but it's just very long. Who are you now?
My friends call me Beacon, and I certainly hope that we can be friends. And this is my associate, Nixie. And unfortunately, we're visiting with troubling news. Your neighbor just to the north, unfortunately. Did you know him at all? Did you know Hedrig?
I'm sorry, what?
The gentleman who lives to the north of you, Hedrig.
Head rig? It's like a thing you put on your head. Are you selling anything? I don't want them. No.
That's fair. And
I don't have
will
any money, young man.
I will keep that. I will take that under advisement, and I will not attempt to sell you anything. Information from you is more what I'm looking for rather than money.
So you're buying. Well, you should have said so earlier, young man. Why don't you come on in? Come on in.
And the door swings open, and you see this old lady hunched over. She's only about 4 feet tall, but you know if she stood straight, she would be actually like 5.5 feet tall or so. Pale white skin, crocheted shawl, very large dress.
Come on in and I'll start some tea. Just you sit over there and you sit over there.
And she points to a couple seats near a table. And she, brings some water from the fire.
Well, that's very kind, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate your hospitality. However, I'm really inquiring about your neighbor to the north, Hedrig. When was the last time you saw him?
Huh? Hold
Your
on.
neighbor, the gentleman who lives to the north?
The tea will be ready soon, young bacon. Don't worry. Don't worry. It'll be ready very, very soon. And she puts a couple glasses down, not glasses, mugs, sprinkles some leaves in them, slowly pours hot water in them.
Hey, Player one, I've got a question for you. Do you have thaumaturgy as a cantrip?
Metagamer.
Don't think I do. I imagine that would have come in handy right now. Ma'am, again, can't tell you how much I appreciate your very kind hospitality. And this is a lovely domicile that you have here. But again, I'm wondering if you've seen any suspicious happenings in the abode to the north of you.
Oh, you mean Hedrig's place? Why didn't you say so? Jeez.
I
Young, impatient
apologize
people.
for.
She brings
I
a tray
apologize
over.
for my
Tiny
obfuscation.
steps. With a tray, tiny steps. She gets there eventually. Puts the trays out. Now, what about young head case?
I was wondering if you've seen anything suspicious happening at his home recently. Unfortunately, young Hedrig has befallen a very unfortunate fate. He was found murdered. Honestly, very disturbing.
Young bastard owed me money. Starts coughing.
How much money did he owe you?
2 silver.
Hmm.
He just said, oh, old lady Helen, I just need some food. Can I have a couple silver to get some food? And I said, of course. I said yes, so we could eat. I offered to cook him food myself, but no, he didn't want that. No. My guess is he went and drunk it away.
Hmm. He did make a number of unfortunate life choices.
Say something bad happened to him. What? What do you mean?
Unfortunately, he was shuffled loose this mortal coil. We're not sure exactly when, but we found him yesterday.
He just still breathing, did he?
No breathing. Unfortunately, we weren't able to revive him. He is no longer with us. And what we've found is that his domicile seems to have been ransacked. And we're hoping that if you saw something strange happening in that area, that it might give us a clue as to what might have happened to his home, which then in turn might educate us as to what happened to him.
She looks a little dizzy. That was very complicated, young man. Now, why don't you drink your tea and slow it down a little bit?
Yes. I'll
It's very good
sniff
if you drink it.
Good. So to simplify my inquiry, I'm wondering if you saw anything strange happening over at Hedrig's place.
Oh, well, I go to bed rather early. And I wake up rather early too. No, I didn't see anything. I don't really get out much these days. Not much other than festivals and the occasional wedding.
Those sound like good reasons to leave.
Got any prospects for you, young man?
I've been far too enveloped in my studies for such things, but thank you for asking. It's very
You should
kind.
slow down, settle down, young man. There's a lot of life to be had here.
You are absolutely right. Very wise advice. Well, thank you very much for your time and for your hospitality. Out of game. Wraith, do I have 2 silver pieces on me? Is
That's
that
up
a reasonable
to you.
thing to think?
Do you have money on your character sheet?
Yeah, I've got 10 gold pieces on my character sheet.
Then you have 10 gold. You have to make change somewhere.
How many silver to a gold?
10.
Wow. Okay.
So
okay.
I think standard D&D does it a little different. I don't like it that way. It's 10
That's
to 10,
fine.
10 to 1, 10 to 1, 10 to 1. That can be all.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I wasn't adding the exchange rate. I was just trying to decide whether or not I'm going to leave a gold piece with this woman. I think I am. I don't really have a whole lot of use for gold pieces, and maybe it would make her feel a little bit better about the fact that she lost 2 silver to old boy. So thank you very much for your time and your hospitality. Please accept this, and I hope that you remain safe, well, and wise here in your home.
Oh, I can't take that from you, son. What you should do, and she like curls your fingers up around the gold piece that you have in your hand. What you should do with that money is take it and go find a wife. Settle down. Have a few wee ones. It'll be great.
Nixie's trying so hard not to giggle.
I will take that under advisement. Thank you very much, Lady
You
Helen.
young rash people. I'm too busy. I'm working too much to have kids. You'll miss it. You'll miss it. I know that just because you have, long pointy ears, that you live a long time, but it'll be gone in a flash, and you'll look back and say, "Well, old Lady Helen, she told me that one time. Think of all the things I could have had." She falls asleep.
If there's like a cover, like where she is, then I'm just going to pull it up to like cover her up while she's sleeping, not like over her head, but just like tuck her in, and then Nixie, I guess we'll take our leave.
So Nixie leans over. This whole time she's been entranced by this woman's nose. She just leans over and she pokes it. It is real.
Oh, please.
It is real.
Please don't poke our host.
Well. Now, is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Wee ones.
No, that was
Really.
Oh,
right.
so
That was.
haven't had
Unfortunately,
company in years. No one stays anymore.
I'm sorry. We do have to get back about the business of our investigation, but you've been very kind, and your advice is very wise. And thank you so much for your hospitality.
Oh, you, Beacon, you're a good lad, and you, wee Nixie, you're quiet, but I like that. Stop by any time. The tea is yours on the house.
Thank you.
It was nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Her nose is real.
Of course
Yes.
it's real. It's my nose. I can hear you.
Oh. Okay, let's go.
Yes, thank you very much, Lady Helen. Please be safe. And we will head back to Hedrig's place.
Okay, you do. You step in just in time to see you see Arathis and Marcus sort of holding a bag of something and a note. Unless they've tucked them away.
No. Okay. But I don't have anything to hide from these guys, so.
Yet.
Well, the neighbor to the north, unfortunately, wasn't home, and the neighbor to the south is a very nice old lady who did not see anything strange over here, which seems, well, after interacting with her, I don't doubt that, but something strange certainly happened in this place.
Did you find anything? What was that
Yes.
paper?
It's a note. I read it to them.
Okay.
And I also found a pouch of 50 gold that it was stashed away for whatever reason.
How stashed away?
I showed them where I found it.
It was pretty well hidden. You think it was just a result of some really good investigation on your part that you found it. It was like on the back of a bookcase, sort of smushed up, held there with small nails.
Okay. I tell them exactly how I found it.
Wow. Seems so strange that someone would go to the trouble to smash this place so thoroughly, or at least, this badly, and miss 50 gold pieces.
Well, they clearly were not here for monetary.
We had to reconstruct the room before we could actually find anything. They probably were just in such a rush. It covered the spot up. Although this is weird, right? Like, if you're going to bother to lure somebody to be the person who gets blamed for the thing, why would you then completely upend their place to make it look even more suspicious that they were set up?
Maybe to imply the family.
Or they were looking for the note? Because it implies that he was set up, sort of.
What does the note say again?
I read it to him again.
Do you want to read
Is
to
there
Do you all read it?
was there a list of items on that note?
No.
Okay. Just it doesn't list exactly what he promised them. So why is it so important to get the note back?
Well,
I mean, assume that's what they were wanting here.
Well, someone has scrawled their name on this note, even though it is illegible. There might be between that scrawl and this bird-like figure.
So to clarify that, it is literally just a scratch. It's not scratching out anything. It's just a scratch.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, Beacon! Arathis and I couldn't remember if you had divination abilities.
Well, I'm not really a cleric. No, I don't divine things, so.
I was thinking perhaps maybe we could trace the origin of this pouch somehow. I don't know.
Because this is the thing that we have from the people who definitely set up Hedrig. The question is, were they ransacking the house to find the note and the gold and missed it, or they were looking for something else and found it, or they just ransacked the house to make us even more confused?
I vote the latter of the two.
I'm definitely confused.
Because if you're gonna
I vote the
frame,
latter.
if you were going to frame Hedrig, why would you then do more things to show us that he was framed? Right, does that make sense? Am I confusing myself? I might be confusing myself.
No, it does make sense. It does.
Arathis, have you had a chance to see if there are any tracks leading from the cottage here? I mean, chances are they'd probably be old and hard to find, but you're a good tracker. You can probably find them.
What am I looking for specifically? Just
Footprints, maybe? I really wish I knew. I am very envious of a tracker's skills right now.
oh, he's being smooth talking with me.
I can't. I'm useless. I can't, look at broken twigs and figure out which way people went.
Oh, it's simple, and I explained to him the art of tracking and whatnot, and try my best to not confuse him.
I'm
See,
looking
look
at
here,
him and
how you do this, and
I'm looking at Arathis and nodding attentively, and I am completely confused.
does that make sense?
We just got our first destiny point of the night, so that's cool.
Yay!
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
chat. Inertia creep specifically, thank you.
Hey, Nixie, do you know what kind of bird this is?
It's a little blobby, but let me think about it.
You can make
Any of your-
a nature roll if you'd like.
$23.
Holy shit.
It's not a raptor.
And it's a natural 22.
Oh.
So that is it. You needed a natural 20 to get this.
Wow.
It looks like a raven of some kind. Like a really, really poorly drawn. Oh, there's the Nixie music. A really poorly drawn, shitty raven. You're like, just because of the way the furs are ruffled around the neck and the shape of the beak, you can tell that that's what they're going for.
I don't know who drew this, but it's definitely not an art check on him. It's a horrible raven. It's definitely a raven, but poorly drawn.
I look at it again. Can I see a resemblance of a raven, maybe? Or
Now that she's pointed it out, yeah, I guess, maybe. It's a really bad drawing.
perhaps if we take this over to his father, perhaps he could shed some light on this.
Do you know actual ravens that we could talk to about this awful rendition?
They would be too offended by it.
Maybe then they would be so angry about whoever did this that they would hunt them down for us.
I
I
don't
look at
know.
Nikki and I'm like, that Marcus has some rationale there.
Know that ravens are smart, and this might be the best plan I've ever come up with.
They're
I
pretty
can't
smart.
argue that logic either.
I think it's been a while though since the person has been here. I would think that they might not be able to track them if they're not in the area.
I know I do look for signs of any kind of recent tracks out or leading out of here, other than ours, obviously.
I'm so annoyed that you got a natural 20.
But if you would like, Marcus, I can see that there's at least one raven out there. I mean, it is daytime. They're out there annoying somebody.
I mean, it's worth a shot because we're running out of ideas. Then our next plan, if Arathis can't find tracks, is to go talk at the inn.
Okay. So Nixie just kind of stands there in her 2.5 feet and looks around and kind of flaps her arms and that's kind of the crow. But ravens kind of understand that a little bit.
Do I know that?
I don't even know what to make you roll for that. What were you saying?
Oh, I was asking. Do I know that she actually can communicate with animals?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a thing she does all the time.
It probably elicits a chuckle from me because she's caw-cawing and she looks crazy.
How about animal handling?
How about give me a charisma check?
Okay.
Just click on the plus there. The plus number and charisma in the charisma box.
Oh gosh, I'm blind. 16.
Pretty damn good. Yeah, you find a raven. There's one that you can see on the rooftop of a house nearby. Excuse me. It sees what you're doing and flies over and lands on the ground in front of you. I can't make bird sounds, but
Nixie has a little conversation with the raven, asking. Well, actually, she puts her hand out for the piece of paper so she could show the raven, and she's like, "See this? Somebody here drew this. Were you here earlier? Did you see anyone? Can you find if anyone is in the vicinity? Look how bad this picture is of a raven. Horrid."
One sec. Which means, did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That means that drawing sucks. I didn't see anyone.
It was worth a shot. Thank you. And she's like, go.
It sort of cocks its head and starts picking at one of the buttons on your boots.
She starts going, go away, go.
And it flies away. And that equated to rude.
Well, I tried, Marcus.
I mean, I'm kind of glad the raven. Wait, what did the raven say? Or did you translate for? Did you translate for them, or does Marcus have to ask?
The raven didn't see anything, unfortunately. And then it was rude and pecked at my boot, so I shooed him away.
I'm surprised you don't have a bag full of shiny things for the birds you talk to.
I ran out yesterday. I forgot to refill.
Yeah. Did it at least agree that the drawing sucked?
Absolutely.
I wonder if we... So I have a bad idea.
Oh, this will be great.
I wonder if we ask around at the Hollow Oak and show people that insignia, or at least ask them if they know of some person or organization that likes to leave a poorly drawn raven as a calling card. I wonder if one, we'll get a lead, or two, we'll draw the wrong type of attention.
I think that we should talk to the guards first. And if that fails, maybe that's a good idea.
I think you're right. I think the guards are a safer choice to start.
I think we should start with his father.
But
Yeah,
should
he
we
might
go
know
to
this.
the
Even better.
should we go to the Hollowed Inn first to talk about non-bird related business and then go to his dad?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
Let's go.
Sounds fair.
I am
All
hungry.
So you're making your way to the Hollowed Oak. As you're, it is now mid-morning, well on its way to noontime, but not quite there, and it's very busy. You see a lot of people moving around, going about their business, peddling their wares, selling their goods. One person, do me a favor, roll a d4.
I get you. It's gonna be a 2.
It's gonna be a 2, he says. All right. So you hear someone nearby speaking in a weirdly excited tone, and they say, I heard that Am is under attack by an army of ogres and trolls. My cousin's a traveling merchant, so he would know. And the person he's talking to is like, "Shut up, Greg! Like, you're dumb." Just a little rumor that you heard about town as you are moving around, and you make it to the Hollowed Oak. Give me one moment, and I can change that map. I think I have that somewhere. Okay, there we go. We have the Hollowed Oak right here. Their tokens are at the door to the north. It is about lunchtime at this point, given all the investigations and the talking tos and the bird shenanigans. Looks like the tavern is thriving. There are several waitresses moving about. Gale Ambersore is behind the bar, speaking with Garrick Boulderslam. What do you do?
Is Garrick the proprietor, or is Gale?
Gale Ambersore is the one that owns it, and Garrick is the one that gives her all the booze. He's like the big booze guy in the town, and they're very good.
The
friends.
brewer.
Yeah, that's not booze guy, brewer. Come on, Rage Mage.
I mean, it does booze guy. Either way.
I would have gone with sommelier.
Oh, it's so fancy.
So fancy.
He owns a vineyard.
That's
I'll
just
stroll up to the bar. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said that's just booze guy in French.
Le booze guy.
Le booze guy.
L'homme booze. Okay, yeah, you stroll up right next to Garrick, no problem.
I kind of motion Gale over. I know she's probably busy.
She was just having a conversation with Garrick.
Oh, I wait until they're speaking then.
It's just about like when's the next shipment coming in? Is it all right? Is everything fine? Yeah. And Garrick's drunkenly like, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. And Gale kind of rolls her eyes and chuckles and says, welcome back. What can I do for you?
Can we speak privately if you have a moment?
She looks at you questioningly, I suppose. How private?
If you have, an office or something?
She gives Garrick a wink. Are you going to ask me out to dinner again? I don't date the young ones. Office it is. Follow me. She motions over to the to the west and heads this way.
I assume she ushers us into the office? Or?
Yeah, she opens the door and is expecting you to come in.
I take out the note.
I assume you're all gonna go. Is that true? Or are you all, some of you staying out?
Oh,
Nixie's gonna go. She's gonna go over by Garrick, and she's gonna tell him, "You make the best cider."
I think Mark's gonna hang out in the bar.
Okay, Marcus is gonna hang out by the bar. Okay.
I assume Beacon and I are together.
yes.
Yep, if you'd like to be.
Okay. Gail, the purpose of us being here is we are investigating the unfortunate death of Hedrig Sower.
Hedrig Soa. I saw him just yesterday. He's dead, you say?
He is. Did you see him speaking with anyone yesterday?
Let me see. The last time I saw Hedrig was yesterday. In fact, it was right after you arrived yesterday to celebrate. He left rather quickly.
He left after we came in?
Yeah.
Was he speaking with anyone?
I don't think so. I don't.
Did
No.
he seem not himself?
Well, he seemed more sober than usual.
I kind of shoot a look over to the Beacon. Strange.
What?
Do you...
Why? How is he? What happened?
I am not at liberty to share the entire goings-ons. However, it appears he was possibly murdered to serve a different purpose, or a more sinister purpose.
Well, that's very vague.
Apologies,
Surely you
but
can.
you can understand.
You can tell me what's going on.
We don't rightly know.
She is not very good at persuading you to give her more information. You think maybe she has been drinking, doing some day drinking herself. So she kind of stumbles over her words a little bit.
I would love to share those details with you, but of course you can understand that during the course of an investigation, we must view everyone as a possible assailant until proven otherwise.
She puts her elbow on the table and her chin on her fist and says, "Oh, you're the town guard then? Huh?
We are much no. We are concerned citizens, shall we say?
Oh, you're cute when you're shy." No, I don't. I don't think he was speaking with anyone. Not that I could hear. Not that I can remember.
Do you know if he has any enemies? Anyone that might want to hurt him?
Well, he owed some people money.
Do you know these people?
No, I don't. I'm not his accountant.
I understand. I perhaps thought that you might be familiar with his regular contacts.
I do my best to know everyone that comes here, but That's a lot of people.
Understand.
No one has that kind of time.
Have you ever seen a symbol of a raven or something sort of resembling a raven as a signature or a sigil of some sort?
Well, raven is kind of one of those birds that everyone flocks to as a symbol, if you think about it. Because they're
I see what you did there.
they're thank you. They're a black bird, so everyone, anyone trying to be very mysterious about what they're doing automatically goes to the raven or the crow. Sounds very amateur. Why do you ask?
It's relevant to our investigation.
Oh, so vague. Listen, I can't help you if you can't give me more detail.
Perhaps Beacon would be able to explain it more eloquently.
Well, there are. I think part of the reason why Arathis is being so vague is that the circumstances are very mysterious. Honestly, poor Hedrig was found in a bad way, dispatched to the point far past the possibility of resuscitation. We're hoping to try to figure out why that's the case. There are so few details, we're really just grasping at straws here.
Okay, so where does the raven come in?
There was a marking found in his home after the fact. It seemed suspicious.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't think of any person or organization using a raven specifically. Can I see it?
I looked to him for direction.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have it. All I can rightly say is that general consensus among the few who have seen this thing is that it's very poorly drawn, very crude, and that's really all I have. And I know that that's not a lot to go on. Perhaps if there were a outfit or cartel, an organization, some cadre of people using a raven as their sigil that were well known in the area, then that would make this a lot easier. But it seems that there is not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have any more information for you on that.
That's fair.
I wish I did. Hedrig was a good man when he wasn't too far into his cups. He could get belligerent at times, but at the core, I know he was good.
Yes. He certainly did not deserve the fate that befell him.
Gale, if I may ask, how often was he sober?
Oh, almost never, unless he couldn't find money. Or someone to buy him drinks.
Aside from him being the town drunk, do you know if he has a certain set of skills at all? Is he
Well, they're all...
skilled
the whole family used to be farmers. But when the cult came through, a lot of farms in the area were burned. And so they turned to other means to make their living.
Cult?
The cult of Tiamat. And she says that, and that's common information for all of you. You all know, like, probably like 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half, like, there was a lot of cult activity in this area where a cult of Tiamat was trying to bring Tiamat to the realm, and just a whole bunch of badness. But some adventurers took care of it, and what was no longer a problem. But they still caused a lot of trouble. There was actually a blue dragon that attacked this town, and a small army came through here trying to take over the town, but they were driven off.
Can I think back to what kind of heraldic symbols they may have flown, or?
You weren't here.
Oh.
Yeah, you were actually in. So you and the monastery actually came here about a year ago.
Okay.
Right. So, I'm trying to think of what you might know. Yeah, you don't know any of the symbols. People don't really talk about that time very much because so many people died. You know, people don't paint frescoes of that, being like, "This was the coolest day."
Right.
Paint frescoes? Is that a thing? I don't know. All right, let's pause here, and we'll go back out into the common room area where Marcus and Nixie are. You are sitting surrounding Garrick, who is fairly steadily just downing drinks.
All right, so Nixie looks at Garrick, pulls his sleeve, and then realizes that he may not be in the best state of mind to answer questions. So she turns around and flags down Emra, the tavern wench, to see if she could speak when she's done serving people.
Sure, yeah, she comes over. The bartender being gone, she was expecting you to do something like that, and she comes right over. Hello.
Hey, hello. I was wondering, did you see Hedrig yesterday, and if he was talking to anybody suspicious?
Oh, suspicious. Well, he was here yesterday. She's sort of scratching her head. No, he was here. You came here and then he left in a hurry.
Oh.
Wait, hang on. He saw us and then he left?
I don't know if he saw you or not. It's just the time of things.
Okay, but he was here before us and then he left around the same time we arrived?
It was after you arrived. Yeah, for sure. I remember.
Oh.
You know why I remember? Bastard didn't pay.
How rude.
So, everybody says that Hedrig would do anything to pay for his next drink.
But he won't do that. Sorry.
Right, he won't do that.
All reference.
He won't do that for them. What sort of things have you heard that he's done to get money for drinking?
Nothing weird. Just odd jobs. Like a lot of
Like
manual labor, you know. I just need you to stand here and hold a pole for 2 hours. You know, that kind of thing while we raise a barn.
Did he ever like take things from people?
If he did, I don't know. She has a look on her face that says, you know, maybe he did. I don't know.
Like, it wouldn't surprise her, but she wouldn't be able to confirm it.
Right, exactly.
Nixie reaches down and she takes out the piece of paper and she kind of looks at it and she's like, she's not showing it to Emma, but she's kind of like, have you seen floating around maybe a poorly drawn picture of a raven between the patrons at all, sneaking it around or on paper or anything like that?
She cocks an eyebrow at that. No, what an odd question. No. I don't think so.
Any weird people hanging out here in general? Like, somebody who just stands out, just kind of like sitting around, like, watching everyone.
No, other than the usuals. They're usually here to drink, and then they drink and go home. Both Marcus and Nixie make perception checks for me.
Could you roll that one for me, Rage?
Yes, I can, because I am a good person.
13.
I forgot.
It's okay.
You also rolled a 13. Okay, well, that's all right. That's what you needed. So you both hear, to the northeast of you, you hear Enid arguing with someone. Not really arguing, but like raised voices. And you see, I don't have a token for him right now, but you see the miller there at one of the tables. He looks really pissed off.
Could you remind me who Enid is again?
Enid is one of the servers here. There's Enid, Ella, and Emra.
Okay. And the miller is somebody who we only kind of know as the person who makes the grain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so nothing else. Okay. Marcus will kind of slowly move that way just to hear more of what's going on.
Okay, no problem. So without you saying anything to Emra just kind of watches you wander off, which is the person you were previously talking to. Nixie, do you want to continue with your conversation with Emra? What's going on here? You sort of turned your head at the loud noises, and Emra's looking over there as well.
So as Nixie's turning, she accidentally leans into Garrick, and he almost stumbles off his stool, but she, with her 2.5-foot frame, kind of pulls him back, and she's trying to think if she needs to... She kind of caused a little diversion for Marcus to sneak around inadvertently.
Okay. That works. Are you continuing your conversation? What are you doing?
She just kind of looks over at Emra and is like, I think that's all we have, really.
Emra says, well, I'm sorry. I don't recognize what you're talking about.
Thank you for answering, though.
You're welcome. You're going to order something, right? She
Yes.
looks at you expectantly.
Can I have some potatoes and cider?
Yes, you may. I will go get that for you right away. She actually hops over the bar and into the kitchen. And 30 seconds later, she'll come back with it. Marcus, you walk over to where the miller and Enid are having a discussion. And Enid's like, what's the matter with you? What's going on? And the miller's like, a lot of my things are missing. I can't get any goddamn sleep. God's damn sleep. It's insane. I hate it. Someone has to do something. Well, Enid says, I can get you a drink or some food if you'd like. And the miller says, Fine. Just, yes. And Enid walks away toward the kitchen. with a very, very like customer service face. Like you can tell she's pissed and annoyed, but as soon as her back is turned, her eyes are rolling so hard. And she walks away.
Do you, Ina, do you want me to say anything to him?
No, it's fine. It's part of the job. I'll just get his food and his drink and he'll be fine. But thank you. That's nice of you, Marcus.
Of course.
Gently touches your arm as she walks by you.
Marcus will nod and walk over to the miller and go, excuse me, I couldn't happen to hear that you're having a problem with your items going missing?
Who the hell are you? He just sort of spins on you.
In which case, Marcus is going to stand straight up.
Awesome.
I'm surprised you haven't seen me in town before.
So
Mr. Miller.
Mr. You know that he spends most of his time at the mill. He doesn't often come in. Mill's a busy place. And he just says, well, I haven't. So who the hell are you? Tall drink of water.
Well, I was who was going to figure out who took your things, because our things have gone missing, but with that attitude, maybe you can help yourself.
Well, thanks for nothing.
Nixie puts down her
Just gonna-
potato, looks around. What is going on with Marcus?
Hey,
You're cutting in and out a lot.
no, hang on. Marcus is going to give him a very... I'm cutting in and out?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Marcus is staring straight at him. I'm gonna try and intimidate, so he starts opening his mouth with important details.
Okay. Describe for me what that looks like. Just like the Care Bear stare, or...
What happens when you say something rude to somebody, but they don't react at all? They just keep staring at you straight in the eyes and kind of daring you to turn around or look away.
Okay, so you rolled a 22 on your intimidation check. And he just says, listen, I don't want any problems. He puts his hands up. I don't want to start a fight. I just want my things back.
I don't know why you think there was a fight starting. I was asking you if I could help you, and you reacted like this. So why don't you start again and tell me what's going on?
He rolls his eyes a little bit. I can't sleep because of all the God's damn noise at night. Bird sounds and dogs and cats and whatever's happening near my mill is driving me insane.
This only happens at night?
Yeah.
And can I assume all these items were there before you go to sleep, and then they're gone in the morning?
Yeah, sacks of grain, some of my tools. I gotta sell this stuff, you know? And when it just goes missing, I lose money, the town loses grain. It's gonna make winter very difficult.
Yeah. How long has this been going on?
Maybe a week.
And the same thing happened last night?
Yeah. I tried staying up through the night to catch whoever it was, and I didn't. But I'm only one man. I can't be there. I can't be everywhere.
Right. So you did a stakeout last night. Did you see anything, or were they able to sneak past you?
I didn't see anything. No. But like the sounds, the animal sounds in the area were too frequent. There's something going on there.
Right. So last night, we didn't hear any animal sounds from the monastery, but someone did rob us. So we're trying to figure out that too.
So what's happening to you too?
No animal sounds, and it only happened for one night. But do we have your permission to, like, maybe in the next few nights, if you hung out around the mill to see if we could catch somebody?
Yeah, please.
Great.
Yeah.
My name is Marcus. I'm with the Saloon Monastery. My comrades are around there too: Snixie, Arathis, and Beacon. If you need to find us, just leave us a note here.
My name's Darkus, and I am sorry for how I reacted.
I appreciate it. I understand you're not getting a lot of sleep. How about I cover your first drink so you can at least maybe, but I will check in with you later after I talk to my friends about when we could swing by.
I would like that as soon as possible. I feel really bad being away from the mill, but most of the problems seem to be happening at night, so I figured it'd be safe.
Oh, that makes sense.
You don't need to cover my you don't need to cover my tab. I was the rude one. And Enid comes back with the food and drink, and places it in front of him. And he drops a few coins on the table for her.
Well, thank you, and I hope you get some rest, but we'll talk again soon.
Great.
And Marcus will go back to Nixie.
Okay. It's 11 o'clock my time. We're going to take a quick break here. Let's do a 5-10 minute break. We'll call it 10. Sound good? Get up, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom.
Absolutely.
That kind of thing. You don't have to tell us about it, but I'll tell you my story. Anyway, yeah, so we'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to deafen this now and say the proper things to the folks. All right, everybody. D&D's happening, and it's cool and fun, and I hope you guys are having a good time. I am going to take a quick break. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Got to get up, stretch my legs. We got a destiny point, I think entirely courtesy of Inner Creeps. That's awesome. So what we're going to do is I'm going to remind them about that so they fucking spend it. And that's super important. What's up, Oracle of Giggles? Helsing Gunex, good to see you. Demi, good to see you as well. I hope you're doing well. I know we haven't talked in a while, but that's okay. I still love you. Deep in my heart. You know, the thing that makes my blood move. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go take a break. Yeah. So we'll talk to you soon. We'll be right back. Thank you.
All right. Where my face at? Where my face at? Hey, everybody. What's up? How you doing? Hey, you know what? I really want tacos now. Like, I've eaten a good amount of stuff today, so I don't want to eat any more, but I want to eat more. If you know what I mean? Like, I want tacos. I just want tacos. That's all. Can everybody hear me okay? Cool. I think we're good. How you doing, Walshy? Gemini Factor, it's good to see you, buddy. Helsing Gun, my brown sugar bay. How you doing? Inertia Creeps, thanks for being here. Oracle of Giggles. How does that work? Do you like foretell the giggles? Or are you just giggling while being an oracle? I don't understand. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're going to get back to D&D so we can finish up at a reasonable time so I can go to sleep and stop fucking talking. Cause ow. So, to make my throat feel better, I got some apple juice. You know, because apple juice is healthy. It's good for you. Hot toddy. I don't even know what's in a hot toddy. It's like honey and whiskey, right? This is bourbon. It's basically whiskey. Oh my god, dude. Listen, man. And lemon. Okay. It sounds yummy. But it also sounds complicated to make. I'd just rather drink straight whiskey. Fuck it, dude. No, you guys are cool. All right, we got to get back to this D&D thing. So I'm going to jump into it. You make lemon tea. Dead honey and whiskey. Okay, that sounds fucking delicious. Honestly. And a cinnamon stick. Who keeps those in their house? One in each hand. Demi, god damn it. Oh, I miss you, Demi. You're cool. Anyway, you guys are the best. I believe Oracle does. Okay. All right, I gotta get back to doing this thing. I would love to talk to you guys all night, but I got a game to run. So we're gonna switch it. We're gonna switch screens on them. Don't tell them. Here we go. Ready? Okay, so they don't know that we're here yet. They're nodding and having a conversation, and they look very good doing it. They're great. They're just being awesome people,
having their fun. Haha,
Right.
nerd surprise.
Ah!
Got you, suckers. Sorry. Welcome back. Okay.
Welcome back.
Where did we leave off?
I just found out from the miller that he's getting robbed every night, and there's some weird animal noises every night.
Yeah, it's true. All right, so why don't we stop there and we'll jump back to Arathis and Beacon. I believe the conversation here had stopped with her not recognizing the bird thing, and that's all there was, I believe. Could be
Yes.
wrong. Okay, so Gail says, I'm sorry, I wish I could help more. Do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Well,
Beacon?
you did mention that Hedrig didn't speak to anyone while he was here. Does that seem odd? Does he usually strike up a conversation with some of the other regulars, or is he usually just kind of in the corner to himself, drinking whatever he can afford?
So Hedrig didn't have a lot of friends. He had a few people he drank with sometimes, but they weren't what you would call good friends. They were just party buddies. You understand?
Yes.
And he wasn't with them yesterday. He just seemed to be sitting and waiting.
Waiting.
That's what it looked like to me. He didn't even order anything.
And you say he left as soon as we came in.
Well, not long after, if I recall correctly. She looks up, trying to remember.
Did he appear to be in a hurry?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell. A lot of people come in here. I just happened to see his dirty butt leave. It's a reminder that you guys have destiny points as well. 1 destiny point. Sitting in the pool. Not suggesting that you use it for anything, just to keep it in your mind.
Thank you.
Is that strange behavior for him to come in and sit and not order anything?
I suppose. I didn't really think anything of it. I was busy.
But you say he didn't speak to anyone and he appeared to be waiting.
He didn't speak to anyone that I could see. But I'm busy tending bar. There's a lot of people. Preparing food. I'm a busy woman.
I understand.
And rightly so. This is a lovely establishment, and I'm sure you do an amazing cooking business.
The
Thank you,
potatoes.
Bacon. We do. Your friend Nixie is quite fond of them.
The
Rightfully
potatoes,
so.
yes. She,
They are delicious.
yes.
I love how robotic that was. Yes, the potatoes, they are delicious.
Does he sit anywhere regularly?
Somewhere? No. He takes whatever spot he can find. As far as I know.
Is there any barmaids under your employment that he may be drawn to more than the others?
Oh no, he's drawn to them equally.
Ah,
Hedrick thinks, well,
you say that with. I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
suppose thought of himself as quite the ladies' man when he was in his cups, despite his 100% failure rate.
And how is he when he was sober?
What do you mean?
How did he act? How did he respond when he was sober? Was he decent?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Aggressive at all?
No. He was a nice man when he was not drinking. The army that came through hit their family hard.
In what way?
They were all farmers before that army came.
Ah,
And when the army came, they took everything and then
I see.
burnt it.
hence his father being with the guard.
Yes.
Now I understand. Well, thank you for your time.
Oh, you're quite welcome. If there's anything else I need, certainly let us know. We at the Hollow Oak are here to help.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I nod to her and I exit.
And I follow.
Beacon, make a perception check.
I will do that because when it comes to perception,
Thank Beacon.
I am on fire tonight. I am 6 perceptive.
6 perceptive. Okay, you don't
Oh,
notice
yes.
anything weird. Or
Ow.
you don't even really notice anything particularly normal as you leave the room.
I'm lucky I didn't trip over my own foot.
That is rather fortunate.
Yes.
So you see Nixie sitting next to a completely clean plate of former potatoes. Marcus seems to be engaged in a conversation with the miller. What do you all do?
I kind of saunter over to her plate and observe, looking for like a scrap of food already.
How thorough is Nixie with potatoes?
Basically, very thorough, like as in taking a finger on the plate.
So
Licking it off there.
Rage Mage thorough. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, I look down at her plate and I look at her and already one plate down.
I'm not on my third yet.
None of us have eaten yet.
One of us
Nixie,
isn't eaten yet.
Nixie, that's going to cost you a silver, by the way.
Okay.
I kind of glance over at Marcus. Does he be? Well, I would assume he would be okay. Does he seem to be in an argument or?
No. Judging by Marcus's posture, you can tell that Marcus was recently in I want to scare you mode. But Marcus seems to have calmed down some.
Okay, I mean, I'm confident. I've probably seen him do this before,
Yeah, you definitely have.
and I kind of make eye contact with Marcus and kind of questioningly, nod if he's all right.
Yeah. Marcus is gonna kind of nod in the way. I'll be back in like a minute.
Okay, let's jump over to Marcus. What you doing? What's going on?
Well, Marcus already said goodbye to the miller, so he's gonna go straight to the group. Alright, you guys aren't gonna believe this, but the miller says that for the past week, every night, he's been kept up by animal noises, bird noises, and the like, and every morning there's missing grains and tools. He tried to do a stakeout last night and couldn't see anything, but it's a large area. But more stuff went missing.
So they're stealing provisions.
Right, but also the weird animal noises, and the fact that we saw the raven thing, which I was thinking maybe there was a front because it was such a badly drawn raven. Like, is that even really your signature, bro? Anyways, but now I'm thinking maybe that is their deal because now people are getting robbed and they're hearing bird noises and various other animal noises. And I figured since we got stuff robbed too, we should go and do a stakeout of our own the next couple days.
So you agreed to help him?
I mean, this seems related to what's going on with us. But 1, a robbery, 2, something involving birds.
Or something that was involved was upsetting the animals and waking them up. And that's why you heard the sounds. The people who were taking the stuff.
That's also possible. I mean, we should go there at some point and you could talk to the animals.
True.
Oh, one other thing. Gale says that Hedrig was here yesterday, and he did not order anything. It appeared to be waiting, and when we arrived, he left.
The timing is suspicious. That is something what Emra said.
Yeah, she said that he didn't pay his bill.
But Gale says he didn't order anything.
Well, I imagine that Emro is probably a little bit more intimately familiar with Hedrig's ordering habits that day, whereas Gale might have been behind the bar.
And Gale would only notice that money didn't go into the till because he didn't pay the bill.
Where is Emma?
She's around. You can find her.
Gotta wave her over.
Oh, we should order our own potatoes, by the way.
I would have thought someone would order for us.
Since Nixie had 2 plates, that was 1 silver for her, but it would be 5 copper for each of you.
All right.
They were delicious, by the way. Perfectly steamed, well spiced, crispy at the right parts.
And you said 10 silver for 1 gold piece, right?
Yes. 1 gold piece equals 10 silver equals 100 copper. There is Electrum too, but I don't use it. You are given plates of potatoes and water to wash it down. They're delicious. They're lovely.
Okay, I assume Emma serves us, or?
Yeah. Yep. While you're waiting for the potatoes to arrive, however, everyone make perception checks.
Okay.
I am super perceptive today.
You seem to be.
Oh, hey. Things are looking up. I am 18 perceptive today.
18
Or this
perceptive. Awesome.
16.
I will make one for you, Marcus. Because I remember things sometimes.
Me too, sometimes.
I'm so good at remembering. You rolled a 4, Marcus. Nixie, you got a 16. Okay, so Beacon and Nixie, you, as you're sort of waiting for things and sort of listening to all the people in the tavern, you hear a rumor. You hear someone saying, "These people from the new monastery freak me out. They only moving around at night? Like, what do they have to hide?" And they, see you like looking over, and they're like, "Oh," and then they stop talking about that, finish
Now,
up their drinks, and move.
Reading their body language, can we kind of see that something's bothering them, or that they
They just look like scared like peasants.
No, I
Yeah.
mean what Nixie and Beacon heard.
It depends. Do you two want to react in a certain way, or what do you do there?
Nixie kind of humps and kind of looks over at them, and she's like, no potatoes for them.
I don't know that we can really forbid them from eating potatoes because they're,
Why not?
weirded. Well,
Wait, Nixie can buy out all the potatoes and choose who she gives the potatoes to. She's gonna blow all the money that she has earned in her background, but it will be funny.
okay, and while that is certainly her prerogative, let's not give her ideas to starve out the local people who, for whatever reason, find us unnerving.
There are a few potatoes short of a platter.
That's a good one.
Fair enough.
And I guess I don't understand. I mean, what is the issue with them?
I'll lean over towards Arathis and try to subtly tell him that apparently there are a few people here that are unnerved by our nocturnal activities and find those people from the new monastery to be disturbing.
Did you tell Marcus that too?
No, not yet.
At this point, Emra comes over with the platters of potatoes and water and delivers them to you. Is there anything else?
Thank you so much, Emra.
You're quite welcome, Beacon.
I do have a question for you.
Oh.
I understand that that Hedrig was in here yesterday, and I was just wondering. Maybe you've mentioned to my compatriots here. I was just wondering if there was anything strange about his visit yesterday.
Well, he ordered a drink or two, but he didn't pay for them. He ordered 2 drinks and didn't pay for them. He left in a hurry.
Would you say he left as soon as we arrived?
No, she's thinking back. Not long after.
And you say he was in a hurry.
I think so.
Did he say anything to you?
No, and if he did, I would have scolded him. Pay your tab, you drunken lout.
How much did he owe?
Oh, a couple gold at this point. Really, I don't know why Gale gives people credit at all.
She's a very kind woman.
Well, kindness won't keep you in business.
Agreed. But those potatoes,
They're so good, aren't they?
they are.
And a cider.
You say that, and Garrick next to you is like, yeah. You're damn right.
Yeah.
Downs another whole cider. That's right, I made that horrible noise. I'm sorry.
I kind of get up and go over to Garrick's side. Say, Hedrig
Wow.
was a customer of yours regularly, was he not?
Of mine, no. Everything I sell goes to here, and the inn.
Surely you know him, though.
Yeah. He's a
You
good
know
lad
him.
when he's not drunk.
How often was that?
As often as he could be.
No, I mean not drunk.
Oh, not very often. Not
What
very
would he
often
get
at
up?
all.
What would he get up to when he wasn't drunk? Do you know?
I don't know.
Did he have any specific friends that he hung out with other than the drinking lads?
No. Are you buying? It's like taps his cup on the, or his mug on the thing.
What are you drinking?
I'm just kidding. I don't need it. It's all mine anyway. I'll take another. I just wanted to see if you'd do it. And you did.
Ah, a test then.
His eyes go from that drunken sort of haze to like a you know that drunken sharpness that some people get?
Like clarity?
Yeah, it's clarity, but it's like a hyper focus.
Mm.
And he says, "Not everything is a test."
Understood.
Though I suppose might be different where you come from, right?
Very different. Like when you don't pay your tab, they won't just be angry with you.
Well, that sounds like my version of the Nine Hells. To not being there, he says. And the empty cup that he has, he puts it over, and from like off to the side where you couldn't see, he pulls over another one.
Wow. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll have to talk about where you come from someday. I'm curious, but doesn't have to be today. You seem to be on important business. Important
Family
business. Family business. Okay. Also known as none of mine.
All right, so Emra, I go back to her, and I will go ahead and I'll whip out the 2 gold pieces, and I'll put it on her tray. I'll consider his tab paid.
Oh. I will let Gail know. It's a kind thing you've done.
Perhaps we should go speak with his father.
I think it's time.
So it's given all the moving around and all the conversations, we're going to say it's been like an hour or so. So past noon at this point. You can go directly to the house, to Haunter's house. That's what you want to do?
Yeah.
Did you give Durkis a timeline on when you were going to be there?
Marcus said, it could be tonight, it could be in a couple or a few days. It depends on when they can actually do a stakeout. He was asking for, an open invitation for when they could get to it.
So let's rewind a little bit, and we'll go with that conversation point. I think I sort of skipped it and glossed over it. My bad.
No worries.
I would like it very much if you did it as soon as possible. It's not just me that's losing things here. These are provisions for the town.
I understand. I want to do it as soon as possible. I just have to arrange it with the other people who are part of this, as we are investigating what was stolen from our temple and a couple of other weird things that happened recently. But the first moment that we can come and do a stakeout, we will be there.
Wait. Thank you.
Of course.
He just looks really worried.
Yeah. But yeah, Marcus will emphasize to the group, yeah, that's right. But yet tonight, if we can, I think that we should hang out on the Miller's area, because the grain going missing is going to affect the town, and we've already lost a week's worth. I don't know how many bags are stolen every day, but they've been robbing him for like a week solid.
Then we should probably rest if we're going to be up all night.
Should we talk to Hondor first, and then we'll go take a rest?
That's agreeable.
Sounds fair.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. You leave the tavern and head to Hondor's house. I don't have a map for it, so we'll just sort of go over it with our mind. We could do that because our minds are great. Hondor's house is a larger one. It's got double doors in the front, several windows all over it. There's a thin trail of smoke leading out of the chimney. It is a thatched roof sort of place. It's probably about 40 by 40, which is a pretty large size, given the size of the town. And you can walk right up to it and knock on the door.
Beacon.
So I walk right up to it and I knock on the door.
Amazing. One sec. You do, and it's great. Cool things happen when you do that.
Like what?
Like, someone answers.
Ooh.
Just a moment, I'll be right there. And hear a chair slide out. And he comes and opens the door. Come in, young ones. He leads you in.
Thank you, sir.
Offers you up some seats. There are plenty of seats here. Probably there's a dinner table with probably 4 chairs to a side. And next to the fire pit, there is a chair, which looks like he was sitting at with a blanket. His armor is off at this point. He has the under parts of the armor on, though, still. It looks like he was just trying to assess things. The windows are closed, so it's fairly dark in here, except for the fire light from the hearth. Yeah, have a seat.
All right, I'll
Thank
sit.
you, sir.
He offers you water if you want it.
I'll hold up my hand.
What can I do for you? Have you found anything?
We have questions. You have always been kind to us since we were children. And I mean no disrespect in this, but is there any reason to believe that Hedrig could be involved in something sinister or illicit?
His eyes sort of look down at his hands that are now folded. He says, quite possibly. I stopped giving him money.
Because of the drink.
Yeah.
Understandable. Would there be any reason to believe that he may have turned to stealing things to support that habit?
It hurts me to say, but I don't know. He was always a good boy. But lately, I feel like he'd fallen too far.
Why do you say that?
It was just impossible to get him to stop drinking.
Would you say that it would make him vulnerable to someone who would want to prey upon that weakness to make him do things?
I suppose, but you could say that of anyone. that deep in their cups.
All right. Nixie, can I have the note that we found?
She pulls the note out and hands it over.
I'll hand it to him.
What's this now? He unfolds it.
We found this in his home. In the
What is-
book. I tell him where we found it from, along with this, and I hand him the pouch of 50 gold that I found, and I tell him where it was and how it was stashed.
The entire place was ransacked when we got there. The
Ransacked.
door in.
Well, he must have.
They clearly weren't looking for just money.
We don't know if they were trying to find these items or were looking for something else and found it.
Well, where did you find this? And he shakes the note.
I tell him I found it. What it was in a bookshelf, wasn't it?
No, it was under a carpet, flattened.
Oh, it was under a flattened carpet.
Both of these things were pretty well hidden.
Do you know this symbol? This poorly drawn, what Nixie calls a raven.
No, I don't know the symbol, but
Is that his signature?
yeah. Yeah. My guess would be that whoever made this, and he shakes the paper again, was looking for this and that money.
Looking for the note and the money?
I mean, if you... I've seen a lot in my years. If you were to make a pact and then document it and then want to hide your involvement, you would go looking for the document and the payment.
We have no way to divine where either of these come from.
No.
We know that they're connected to the shades that we fought last night.
Point of clarification, they're shadows.
Or shadows, I should say.
Yeah, shades are an entirely different thing. And Nixie knew that because she rolled a natural 20 last session, too. God damn it.
But yes, I mean, I convey that to him. You know, obviously they're connected to whoever sent those shadows to slow us down, I would assume.
So it would seem.
And we couldn't really find any witnesses. We did talk to a little old lady with a fascinating nose. Anyway, she didn't know anything. Had great tea though.
Old Lady Helen.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I know her well. Yeah. She's been a prominent member of this town for a long time. Since before we were here. No one really knows how old she is. That's weird.
I understand that your family has fallen on hard times due to the cult that came through here 2 years ago.
His back stiffens a bit. We're not as poor as all that.
No. That is not what I'm implying. The fact that you have suffered through tragedy such as that. Perhaps, do you think that this might be associated with that cult?
No, that wouldn't make any sense. The cult was driven out of here by adventurers a couple of years ago.
Does your family have any enemies? Anybody that would want to hurt any of you?
No. I'm a simple guard, and one of my sons is a bard. The other was a drunk. Other than him owing people money, I can't think of anything. And that I can't imagine that his debts would raise so high that he would attract the kind of criminal element that would want to take vengeance on his family.
Which draws us back to the fact that he was being used for his weakness.
So
To
it
be
seems.
a patch.
I still can't shake. Why bother having a person to pin this on if you are going to wreck his place to make it so clear that he is the person that you are framing?
I don't know.
Maybe to cover up a different plot.
Maybe. Oh, right, and speaking of plots, the miller has reported for the past week someone has been stealing his grain and his tools every night, and there's animal noises, bird noises keeping him up during that entire time. And he's tried to do a stakeout and has seen nothing but was still robbed.
He told us about it. We don't have the manpower to go down there and just sit and wait all night.
I mean, we're going to check it out as well because it seems to be related to everything that's going on.
Mm. Well, you're good folk. I would appreciate that.
I did give him the money. I mean, this is not ours. So I am reluctant to keep it.
He pushes it back. He says, keep it.
I look at the rest of them.
If this money was something that was sought after and resulted in the death of my son, then I don't want it. So you keep it. Perhaps you can defend it better, or make better use of it.
Okay, I'll snatch it up and I'll put it away.
You have a pouch of 50 gold.
All right, I'm gonna put that in party.
So what will you do?
Is he asking us
Yeah.
what we will do?
Mhm.
Marcus seems to believe that this may be related to the theft at the temple or at the monastery, which could lead us to whoever's behind all of this.
I'm starting to wonder if they're just causing all sorts of chaos so nobody actually knows what's going on.
As a diversion, you mean?
Yeah, but we're not sure what is the main goal of theirs because everything is weird.
The main goal would be to misdirect.
But why are they misdirecting? There's a reason for it.
Obviously, it's to shake us off of their trail. So many directions we could run in, the slower the investigation goes.
But what is the original crime that they're trying to divert from?
We don't know that. We don't have enough to even come to that kind of clarity.
The only thing still missing is that mirror shard. Is that the mirror
Yes.
shard?
I do suspect that that's at the heart of what's going on here. maybe there are some ritualists or some archivists or someone that's at the monastery that I can try to check with and see if they have any information about what sort of use that mirror was put to when it was a whole actual mirror.
So you know that any archivist that would know that, or any elder that would know that, is gone for the next couple days.
Ah, yes, they're all on sabbatical.
There's
So,
there's no notebook anywhere that might tell us.
You could go looking through their stuff.
That's not my pay grade.
we'll see we'll see what we can find.
I mean, we were gonna go back and take some afternoon naps anyways.
Yes. Yeah.
After our potato coma.
They're really good potatoes.
Okay, that would probably elicit a chuckle from me. Okay, it's
So-
added to try.
Honder, sort of looking around at all of you saying all these things, and he's like, Is there anything else I can do for you to help you find the killers of my son?
I apologize, Honda. We are just merely bouncing ideas off of one another.
Yes. Thank you very much for your hospitality and your time. We will leave you to the quiet enjoyment of your lovely home.
Yeah, his beard smiles, like me, and he says, "Thank you. I'll be here for the next few days."
You are leaving?
No, I'll be here for the next few days.
Oh.
In this house.
Oh. All right. I nod, and I start making my way towards the door.
Is there anyone in town or the guard that you'd want to keep you company?
No, I need time.
I do turn around after Marcus says that and said, "Do you have family that we can contact for you?"
No, I've sent the guards looking for my boy.
Your other boy.
Yeah, of course.
Is he missing?
No. Last I heard, he was gallivanting around town. Sometimes he plays at the Hollow Oak.
Have we ever heard of this guy?
Yeah, you've seen him around. Very good looking fella. Pretty arrogant though.
Okay.
Kind of a dick.
Is he a good bard?
He's really good at what he does.
All right. Perhaps we will keep an eye out for him as well, and let him know that he should come see you. Or did you want brought to you?
If you see him, let him know. He's sort of a free spirit, that one. He likes to rove about.
Does he speak with any kind of affection with this other child?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I make my way out the door then.
Thank you, sir.
You're quite welcome.
As the group is walking away from the house, Marcus is going to go, I'm more than willing to do what we can to help Honder, but I must insist that we stay away from boars.
Away from boars?
His other son, please.
Oh.
Yeah, not the things with the tusks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got it. That I understand.
He might still kind of be mad at me because I switched out his strings a little while ago, and they broke while he was trying to sing.
He might
That's
be
fine.
at everything because Rick. Let's just go.
There goes the face palm. Always.
He's not a nice dude.
Understood. I nudged Beacon, and she tried to shocking grasp a guard.
And while that's not technically nice, there wasn't any malice behind it. She just doesn't know her own strength sometimes.
I understand.
She didn't actually shock and grasp a guard. She just thought about it real hard.
Mm-hmm.
She'd have done it if I hadn't stopped her. Wouldn't you?
It's just a little bit of, yeah, okay.
Fish guts. All right, I guess we make our way to the monastery and go take a rest.
Excellent. So yeah, you can make your way to the monastery, no problem. You can take some day naps if you wish, and then we'll move to nighttime and head over to where?
The mill?
The mill. Okay. So you meet up with the hell's his name? Fuck, man.
Yes.
Yeah. Dirkus' mill. And he's actually out there with when you meet up with him, the mill's a big place. You meet up with him, you cross the stream, and he's set up there with a bow, several arrows, several spears nearby. You see him equipped in armor, leather armor, and he's holding a sword, a long sword. And he says, Good, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Come in. Over here. And he leads you to basically the supply room where he keeps most of his grain in bags. And yeah, there are definitely some missing. Like you can see spots on the sides where there were grain bags there before. And he points and says, I'm missing this tool and this tool and this other tool. And I'm at my wit's end, and I don't know what to do. I would just very much like to get a good night's sleep. Can you please help me?
All right, can I investigate the area where these things are missing? Maybe looking for clues of a possible assailant or any kind of evidence or traces left behind.
Yeah. Do you want to do that without responding to him?
I mean, I ask him for permission. May I take a look?
Okay. It's just weird if you just start doing shit like that. Like, okay, just start doing it. Okay. He says, yeah, please, you're welcome to check out anything you like. Please do. I'm going to go lay down. And he has a sort of crazed look on his face, like he just hasn't slept in a very long time.
Just a quick question, though. Is it always roughly the same amount of grain that goes missing every morning?
Yeah, it's not light. These sacks of grain are not easy to carry.
Right, but it's always like they're taking that same amount about every time, so they're probably using the same method every time is what I'm trying to think of.
I suppose so. I don't know.
Is this the only place that it's stored?
Yes.
And this is the only place where the theft occurs? Nowhere else in the mill?
Yes, but I did hear about some other people that were missing things, like the blacksmith missing one of his favorite tools, and some other people were complaining about things going missing as well.
Great.
Other people, specifically whom? Do you remember?
No, it was just a bunch of people complaining in a group.
Are they hearing the animal noises as well?
No.
I'll take a look at that. You should definitely get some rest.
I would love to. Thank you so much.
We'll do what we can.
Excellent. Thank you. And he goes off to go to sleep.
All right, I started investing.
All right. So you're just investigating the area. Make an investigation check.
Okay. Oh my goodness, it's a 4.
I would like to remind you that you have a destiny point.
Wait, can Marcus assist him with the investigation again?
You can. Why is your bonus a -1?
My bonus?
No, not you.
Couldn't be.
No, my bonus because my int is an 8.
I'm not talking about you. Just a minute.
Sorry.
Did I? Hold on a second.
You've been rolling for me.
Okay, so Arathis,
Fine, tell-
on your character sheet, you didn't mark any of your skills as proficient. So which skills are you proficient in?
Oh, I didn't?
No, you did not.
Oh my goodness. I think I put it on my my D&D Beyond one.
Yeah, I need to move all that stuff to questline.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Right. So the investigation is a +1.
Yeah, just tell me which skills you are proficient in.
Okay, it's going to be athletics, insight, investigation, perception, stealth, and survival. Some of those are already specific.
Athletics, insight, investigation. What's after that?
Perception.
Perception and survival.
Then right, and then survival, stealth and survival.
Stealth and survival. Okay. So in order to mark those as proficient in your skill section in questline, you need to fill out the star.
Oh, okay.
See where it says prof at the top?
Yes. Okay.
I've done it for you, so you're good now. So go ahead and
Okay.
reroll.
Okay. It didn't update for me.
Hold on.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, and Marcus is helping, or?
Yes, roll with advantage.
Okay, it's going to be a 9.
Okay, so you rolled a 9. You can definitely see where things have been taken. You don't really see much else in the storeroom itself.
Okay. I don't see any traces of possible entry or exit or method of theft. I don't.
Hey, Nixie, do you want to try asking the animals why they're making ruckuses?
What time of day is it? Right? Is it nighttime?
It is evening time, so the sun has just gone down, and most of the animals are asleep.
I'm wondering if I should wait until they start making a ruckus so we can figure out what's going on, maybe?
Yeah, that actually makes sense too.
That way I won't wake them up and have nuts thrown at us by squirrels.
It's a running theme.
Wonder if there's any cheeky raccoons that are awake right now. Or maybe a possum. I don't know. I don't know this farm very well.
You're also not certain about Nixie's ability to just summon them when she wants them.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just throwing it. What random animals will she possibly get rabies from?
Sure.
Usually they have to be they have to be around me. I have to actually see the animal to talk to them. I can't really bring them to me.
Do we hear any specific animal noises around us right now?
So you listen and you hear like the standard nighttime sounds. You hear some crickets. You hear like the last vestiges of songbirds off in the trees to the north across the stream. Other than that, you don't hear much.
Okay, so no barn owls up and perched in the mill or anything like that?
No.
Is there only one doorway in where the grain storage is?
There are two. There's one on each side. It's probably like a 20 by 40 room with a single door on the east and west sides.
And out of game, we still have a destiny point, so one of us should come up with a clever way to use it to help us figure out what is this mystery.
I could also say, Arathis, make an intelligence check.
All right. I'm wholly non-intelligent.
That's not true. You're super smart. I know you.
How do I roll intelligence again?
So there's, in your intelligence score, there's a plus on the bottom of it. Click that plus number.
Okay, it actually says -1.
It doesn't matter. Click it anyway. Sorry,
Okay,
my
there we
bad. 12. Good enough. So you're thinking about the situation and you're like, well, maybe I should look outside for tracks.
Okay, and I do that.
Okay.
I'll just go outside and start looking.
Fair. So Arathis seems like he gets an idea and leaves. Arathis, make a survival check looking for tracks.
All right.
Should we? One of us at least?
It's a 12?
12. Okay. You actually do find some tracks that don't fit the normal here. The tracks you find are like 3-toed and probably about a foot long.
I have chosen enemies too. Let's see. Apologies.
Should be on your sheet and quest line, just saying.
It is.
3-toed sloth again? No, it's not that.
I just don't know where I put it. That's the problem. Okay. Okay, so let's see. It's favorite enemy humanoids, and goblinoids and orcs. Do any of those fit?
Ish. What does it being your favorite enemy do? What does that do for you?
Let's see. Favored enemy humanoids. They're the main people of the family. Okay. Beginning at first level, you have the significant experience studying, tracking, hunting, and even talking to a certain type of enemy. I have an advantage on wisdom, survival checks to track my favorite enemies, as well as on intelligence checks to recall information about them. When you get in this feature, you learn one language of your choice, which I do also speak Orcish and Goblinoid.
Okay.
And I can choose favorite enemy. Okay, so up to third.
Make an intelligence check to try and recognize this track that you see, and you have an advantage on it because of your favorite enemy.
You said intelligence or survival?
Intelligence.
Okay. It's gonna be a 10.
You have advantage on it, so roll again.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so 15. Okay. You This looks like a giant bird track.
Like an inordinately giant bird track.
Yeah, like if a bird's foot was a foot long and had 3 toes and a back claw.
Okay. I called Nixie over. I'm sorry, that was funny. All right, I call Nixie over and I show her the track. Looks like a large, very large bird.
Like a large chicken, but it's not a chicken. The heck?
I think I would be pretty terrified for the size of this chicken
But it'd make a good meal.
with potatoes.
What's all this about chicken now?
All right, I show him the track.
Wow,
Can you see
that looks like a really big chicken.
Why do you assume it's a chicken?
So yeah, so these tracks actually go all over the outside of the supply room.
Okay,
And there's definitely more than one because they're differing sizes.
I understand because chicken love grain. Mystery solved.
No, Mark.
Mystery not.
It's not solved until we actually find the culprit of this. Good reasoning. Good reasoning.
Are these Aarakocra tracks?
I don't think I know what an Aarakocra is.
An Aarakocra is a type of bird person.
I mean, would I even be familiar with this?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a semi-common race that you've all heard of.
But this is larger than their tracks.
No, it's about the same size, but it's really difficult to tell if it's that or something else.
I look at Marcus. It could be. It's possible.
I
I
mean,
would.
we would know if there were Aarakocra in town. There's only 100 people, roughly.
Are there?
Yeah, that's correct.
No, I mean, are there any Aarakocra?
No, none that you're aware of.
And there's none in our monastic order, I would assume.
No.
Okay.
Semi-rare, like I said.
I wonder what could have drove them this way.
No,
These
obviously
Aarakocra, do they happen to resemble crows or ravens by any chance?
would I know this?
Let me. I don't think they do. One sec.
I think it depends on the Aarakocra.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's actually true. So it depends on the Aarakocra, but typically, the pictures I've seen of them have all been like eagle-ish
Okay.
or like hawkish.
I mean, I look at the drawing again. Could it be an eagle or a?
You don't know. You can't tell. But you are certain that Nixie said there's no way this could be anything but a raven.
Definitely a raven.
Arathis.
Not a chicken.
Arathis
Yes.
do look like large crow tracks.
It looks like a large bird. I cannot tell the species of bird.
I really
Should
wish
be-
Crow here to compare its tracks to these tracks.
I think it's a normal crow. A giant crow.
So do we
everyone-
wait?
Everyone make perception checks, please. I will make one for Marcus, because I think I forgot to do that last time.
Oh, you got it last time.
17.
I am 15 perceptive at the moment.
10.
And Marcus is 18 perceptive this time.
Ooh.
Nice.
All right, so let's see here. Arathis, Beacon, and Marcus. You while you're all discussing this, you hear a bird call off to the east that seems out of place. It's like a day bird you would hear during the day.
Could I try to discern what kind of bird it might be with survival, or maybe nature? Or...
Yeah, you could try that, but you're thinking about it, and then you hear another one to the west. An owl.
So,
Okay, I don't know how destiny points work exactly, but I wonder if we could spend it so that we could be in the exact place that we can kind of figure out that they're planning to be.
You don't need to spend a destiny point, but you know that you're in it. Like, you are in or near it, because if this is the place that they've been robbing from and have been able to continue to rob from with little to no resistance, why would they stop?
It's fair. I just know that this place has 2 entrances, and I don't know how far away we are from the other entrance.
Well, Marcus had gone outside. Did you ever go back inside? All the tracks were inside, or outside rather.
Well, after those noises start happening, I'll go inside.
Okay. You go inside.
I go stealth.
You go what?
I go stealth mode outside.
Okay, you can find like a barrel to hide behind or something. No problem. Roll me a stealth check, please. As you're all moving around, from on top of the roof, you hear a cat hiss. Like,
It's an 11.
you got an 11? Okay.
Sure.
Am I still not hearing this?
You heard all these things. Everyone, like, after.
Oh, okay. I wasn't
so,
sure.
So the first one was to see who heard what, but then like, things got louder. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. That was my bad.
No, that's fine.
So yeah, after the first one, like, you hear a thing to the west. You hear that cat hiss on the roof.
Is there like some sort of opening or a skylight or a hatch on the roof that the cat might be looking to open?
There is not so much a hatch or anything, but there is a ventilation sort of hole with a roof on it.
Okay. One question:
Sure.
do they be communicating between each other? Is that what it is? Like one calls the other one? And...
You could make an insight check to try to figure it out.
All right, let's do that. Oh,
That's a natural 1 for a total of 5. Yeah, you didn't really get that.
I'm deaf.
You can't really tell. No, you're not deaf. You hear what's going on. It just sounds like noises.
I think they're asking for where the bathroom is.
That could be it. That could be it.
How did we discern that?
Well, that hiss did not sound like a chicken.
From the north ear. Woo, woo, woof, woof.
All right. I cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
10-minute.
Sure.
And I listen.
You do. And then from the south, you hear a raucous crow, like, I can't do it because my voice sucks, but that's the one. Weirdly, though, your spell doesn't get it. Everyone make perception checks again. I'll make one for you, Marcus.
Ooh, not very perceptive. I am 7 perceptive this time.
7 perceptive.
13.
Marcus with a 20, though.
Wow, Mark.
This is not cool. I don't like rolling for Marcus. Arathis with a 23. Nice. Okay, so Marcus and Arathis, you hear several forms running away from the supply room.
And I was inside of it, and I. Oh, so they're currently running from there as I entered?
You had already entered at this point, and then after you entered, you hear things running away from the house.
Okay, like they're already outside and running?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm already outside. Do I see anything at all?
You do not see anything, but you heard it for sure.
Marcus is going to very loud yellow. They're already escaping. Actually, that flashing great axe that I have, could you remind me how that works?
I could. Once I open your character sheet and look at it.
1 second. Just blinked.
Excuse me.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, once per short rest, you may use your action to cause a burst of extremely bright rainbow colors to attempt to impair future attacks from a single target within 5 feet. The target must make a con save, or their attacks are at disadvantage until the end of their next turn.
Got it. I'm not going to actually be able to blind anybody with it. Never mind.
No, it's more like I'm fighting this one person. It's going to be awesome. Check it out. Flashy.
Hey guys, don't look directly in the light, but actually do. But yeah, no, Marcus will shout out to everybody that there's people, like, they're already escaping from the house. Can I tell if there's anybody still left in the house?
You can take time to listen and look.
Can I tell what direction that they had already escaped from?
All you can tell is that they're running south.
Okay. Marcus will yell that they're running south. And... You know what? I will stay to listen and look.
Okay. You were looking to see where they were running from. Make an investigation check.
Sure, if you could make an investigation check for me.
Yes, I could. Like a good person that knows these things, that knows that this is a thing you have to do. Jesus.
It's okay.
You rolled a 16, which is pretty good. You don't think they were in here tonight. You look around, you don't see anything. Nothing has moved. Nothing's missing. In your quick flash assessment, I assume this is about 6 seconds of looking.
Okay, so it seems like they saw us and they decided to start bolting. Okay, Marcus is going to start trying to run after them.
Okay. You burst outside. What is everybody else doing?
I'm also turning south to pursue.
As am I.
In the
Okay.
shadows.
Awesome. Excellent. So you all pursue them. However, in the tall grass of the area, you can't see them. You just know that they ran a certain direction. You could track them, however.
So they're not throwing off heat signatures or anything?
You don't have infravision. That's not a thing anymore. So your dark vision is basically black and white, no color. You can see as if darkness was dim light.
Ah, okay.
So you could probably pretty easily track them if
Okay.
you wanted to, but you won't be able to pursue them like immediately.
Okay, I start my track.
Okay, make a survival check, please, with advantage. Excellent. You rolled a 23. Great. So you actually end up tracking this group of things for actually a couple miles.
Jeez.
Yep. And we're going to switch maps here. I just need to remember where I put the map. Where did I put it? There it is. I found it.
And of course, I will have one knocked, just in case we get surprised.
No problem. So you track them to the south and come to a stream, and you know that they've run to this area. The tracks continue to the south, southeast. I apologize for all the coughing.
Oh, you're fine, dude. All right, I will. I'll continue the track southeast.
Okay, great. Go ahead and move your tokens as you see fit. Move them in 30-foot blocks if you want to move that far. Or 15-foot blocks since you're trying to be sneaky, I assume. Is that the case?
Feel free to move me where you think Marcus would move, Rage.
I assume you're going to want to keep with the group?
Yes.
Okay, then I will do that.
Is everyone still running? Because Nixie's little legs, you know. She's trying to catch up.
You you got there just fine.
I tell you what. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So the stream to the south of you babbles along. It's a quiet night. The stars are bright and beautiful. It's a crisp, cool, clean evening. The underbrush you're moving through right now has that night smell that bushes get. And you're like, yeah, it smells like a wonderful evening. But also farther to the south and the east. Yeah, you might hear, you can't put your finger on it. You hear something, you just don't know what it is.
All right. I'll stick to the shadows.
Okay.
And I will move into this side of the trees, like just underneath the shadow of the tree, like right at the edge of the stream.
The stream is further down.
I didn't know what this was right here. I guess that's some kind of a.
It's like a divot, like a ditch.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I can at least hide on the lip of this ditch right here.
Yeah, you can try.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to duck down, but you can do it.
Okay. All right, and do we hear anything on the bank of this ditch right here?
Make perception checks.
All right. 10.
Yeah, you don't really hear anything. Like you hear something sort of on the edge of your hearing, but you can't make it out. Beacon, you hear the sound of movement farther away.
Farther away in which direction?
Farther away to the southeast. There's definitely something out there across the stream.
Okay, so across the stream. Everybody, it sounds like there's something across the stream to the southeast.
Can we tread it easily?
1 second.
Oh, I said, can we tread it easily?
Yeah, I said 1 second. My map and questline kind of pooped the bed there.
Gotcha.
Are you talking about the stream, Marcus?
Yeah.
You haven't quite gotten there yet, but it doesn't look to be too terribly deep from where you're sitting. But it's also at night, and it's hard to see. Even though you have dark vision, it's not perfect vision, it's dim light.
Right. I mean, we definitely want to not have them know we're following them. So, what are our choices, Arathis?
Arathis, since you've moved up, let me clear that.
I'm not paying attention. I'm tracking. So I'm probably very distracted at the moment. Or just hyper focused on it.
People that are trying to be sneaky, I need you to make stealth checks, please.
All right, just 1 second. My quest line just blinked out on me.
Yeah, if it goes white screen, just reset it or reload the page.
I'll try stealth.
If you could hit the stealth button.
Yes.
Rage.
Yes. Just a moment.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Marcus, you rolled a 5.
I rolled a 14.
I got an 11.
You did. And Rathus with a 20. So Marcus, you're moving along. And you stumble for a moment. And your knee hits a rock. And you're like, oh man. Arathis, from you can see the barest makings of what looks to be a path across the river. I'm gonna ping it.
Okay, I see.
And you all sort of look back at Marcus, like, what the hell?
Hurry, hurry.
Okay.
All right, can I from where I am right now, can I discern whether or not they had to go through the water to get to that path? Is this a shallow stream?
Make a perception check.
All right. 23.
Yeah. So you see water has come up, and the ground is still wet across the stream from where what it looks like people came out.
All right, I'll go into Dread Ambush, and I'll move up to the lip here. They shouldn't be able to see me at all.
So that's in combat, right?
I think I think it's just declared.
You add your wisdom modifier to initiative rolls. At the start of your first turn of each combat, your walking speed increases 10 feet, which lasts until the end of the turn. If you take that action, you can move one additional weapon attack. You can make one additional weapon attack. It deals extra damage.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just move up here.
I know the skill you're talking about, and I think that only applies in combat.
Yeah.
So you do. And I assume you're trying to be sneaky.
Yes.
We'll use your previous roll there. Cool. Great. So you move up there, no problem. Marcus, where are you headed to? I assume you're just trying to follow? Or are you waiting?
Yeah. Marcus is going to be next to Nixie. Because usually Arathis and Beacon are up ahead at least 20 feet.
Okay. Beacon, what are you up to?
I am going to move forward.
Fuck yeah. I love it.
So that gets me right to the edge of the embankment here. Mm-hmm. And when it's my turn to move next, I'll just hike up my robes and try to make my way across this body of water.
Excellent.
What?
Nixie,
I am tiptoeing through the water.
Nixie, are you moving? Or staying?
Yeah. I'm going to move and let's see. I'm trying to find some rocks to hop on across.
There's a big rock right here.
Yeah, that's true. I was looking at those little ones, but the big one might work better. I'm gonna hop on this rock.
Okay. Make an athletics check. Perfect.
14.
Perfect. Well done. You hop up onto the rock, no problem. Marcus, you move up to the shore next to Nixie. You're still on the shore, though, not in the water yet. Just so you know. And the stream is about 10 feet across.
Okay.
It's not super deep, actually. Once you're up to it, it looks like it's only about calf deep at this point.
Okay. Then Marcus is going to just cross it because it seems safer than trying to hop on the rocks.
Sure, yeah, you can do that. Boop, boop. And you're, we'll put you in the water, sort of on the stream's edge, right next to Arathis. Okay. One sec here. Okay. All right, sounds good. Let's do another round of stealth checks, please.
All right. While I'm still, can I move to, like, say here and still be in cover?
What do you mean by while you're still?
I mean, while I'm still here, can I move up here in stealth?
Well, let's do the rolls first.
Oh, okay.
20.
Nice, very nice.
How stealthy am I, Rage?
I'll let you know in a moment.
I am 15 stealthy.
You are natural 20 stealthy.
Yes.
Marcus. Okay. Yep. You move up, and let me change the fog of war. This is what we do every time you roll a natural 20. That's your theme music.
Oh, cool.
Let's see. Your vision is 60 feet, right? Arathis?
For dark vision, for Marcus, yes.
I was talking about Arathis.
Hang on a sec.
Might be longer because of your drowness.
It's a range of 60 feet.
Okay.
Range is increased by 30, so 90.
So 90, okay. Yeah, okay, you can see a good portion of what's going on here. So you see, only you see, Arathis, is only you seeing this, FYI. You see a bunch of tents and just like, they just look like bedraggled tents is really what's going on there. Also, Arathis, given the path you took, do me a favor and make a reflex save.
Oh. Okay. Reflex save. What is that under?
Oh, sorry, not reflex. Dexterity save.
Dex. Okay.
So if you have it at, if you are proficient in that save, it'll be the higher of the two numbers on the bottom. Does that make sense?
I don't know that I actually became.
You're right. You didn't do that on questline. Okay, cool. 1 second.
Sorry.
You are proficient in strength and dex, so I will do that for you. You gotta click those stars off to mark that you're proficient. So now you should have a higher number in strength and dex. Click the higher number.
Okay. That's a 12.
Okay, unfortunately that is not enough. So you step there and your leg is caught in a bear trap.
Okay, so right back here, or
Right, exactly right there. Let me give me 1 sec here. Yeah, it's fine. I don't need to mark the trap there. So yeah, your leg is caught in a bear trap, and you take some damage. So you take 2 points of piercing damage as a bear trap clasps into your shin and calf meat. How do you react to that reasonably?
can I roll survival in an attempt not to scream?
You could roll a Constitution save.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Dirty.
Yep, you make it no problem. You just like you stifle it. You don't make much more noise than that, but you know that the trap made noise.
And I begin to try to pry it off my leg.
Let's actually roll for initiative. Give me 1 sec. Let's see if I can activate the thing, then you do the call for initiative ding.
I think this is going to hinder my action for initiative.
Not really. I mean, you're restrained. You can't move.
I forgot to click here.
Hmm.
5. Oh my gosh.
Could you click there? And you did anyway. Okay, you're good. Cool. 1, 2, 3. We'll get Marcus to roll initiative. While that's happening, I've got some other stuff that needs to roll initiative.
Oh, I guess I should roll initiative, huh?
Yep. So what do you see when I do a hidden roll for initiative here?
It says hidden.
Is
Yeah,
that it?
hidden.
Does it tell
Says
you
roll.
who's making it?
It has a name by it.
Okay, that's bad. Okay, we'll have to fix that later. We'll fix it in post. No, I'm just kidding. Cool. So, all right, I need to do this other thing to get the combat rolling. Start it. That should not be in there at all. Why is there... What the fuck? Okay, I think Arathis, you're up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, guys. This whole thing got fucked up. I messed everything up.
It's okay, it happens.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
Well, it's a big deal. We're on a time crunch. Yeah, so all the initiatives I rolled didn't work. That's not true. One of them worked. Alright, that's alright. We're going to make it go on that person's initiative. There is no Shadow 3. That's not a thing. Arathis, it's your turn.
Okay. How is this going to take me an action to get my foot out of this thing?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to have to take that action to free myself.
Yep,
And
make a strength check.
okay.
This will be the lower of the two because it's just a check, not a save.
Okay, my bad. I rolled the higher. Sorry. Oh my gosh.
Did it roll?
Yes. Oh, wait, why did it go away? Yeah, it did. I crit failed.
Oh, yeah. You just can't move it for whatever reason. Tucker Pratt, you stop it right now.
What?
So good.
That's amazing. Okay, so you try and break free, and you just can't. And you see that the thing is like, spiked into the ground as well, so you can't walk away from it.
Oh, that's awesome. Would assume that they heard this.
That's probably a safe assumption.
And you hear me go, Marcus!
If it's the end of your turn, on the bottom right, hit the little check mark.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Beacon, your turn.
All right. Well, I think the first thing I should probably do is get across this river business. So I'm going to move. Am I limited as to how far I can move because this is water?
It is considered difficult terrain, so each movement through that spot costs twice as much.
Okay, so
that make sense?
I would only be able to. Yes, it does.
Okay.
So I would only be able to move to this. Let's see. I can move here, and that's at least a little closer to Arathis, seeing as he is trapped, and I should probably try to help him. And so. Do I really see this? Do I really see this little figure all the way down to the south that's like partially obscured by the fog of war, or is that just a figment of my imagination?
10, 20, 60. You do not see that. That is Arathis' vision.
Okay, so I'm not looking at that. Unfortunately, I can't do anything at this point about Arathis' situation. So I guess with my movement, I'm done for now. So I'll hit the checkbox, and then someone else can go.
Definitely not the shadow that doesn't exist.
Certainly not.
Marcus, it's your turn. So you are on the shore. You have heard Arathis get stuck in a bear trap. How do you want to react? You are about 10 feet away from him.
Perfect. I will go to the bear trap. I'm going to rage. That should give me advantage on my strength and athletics check. Right. And then I'm going to try to... I'm going to try to use the butt of my great axe to like wedge it in there and pry it open.
Okay, sounds good. We will make your roll with advantage.
I thought she was just going to cut my leg off.
I mean, sometimes it's just got to go, you know?
What, you wanted to be free from the bear trap? You didn't specify how.
Hold on, let me re-roll that as athletics. My apologies there. That should have been athletics for both people. I messed up before. So let's fix it. Re-roll, please. There you go. All right, so you rolled a 22 on your athletics. Basically, Marcus just jumps in there and with a low growl shoves the butt of her axe in there and just pries it open and your foot is free.
Good Lord.
And because of how rage works, since the turn before I did not get attack or I did not attack or take damage. I am out of rage, and I'll have the rage next turn.
Yep, that is true. Beacon, Marcus, and Arathis, please make perception checks. I know, Marcus, you can't make your own. I'll get that for you.
I am 17 perceptive.
17.
I have perceived 17 things.
I am 20.
Amazing. Marcus, you rolled a 5. Unfortunately, that's not going to be good enough for you. However, the other two of you see 2 more bear traps. You should be able to see them on the map now.
And just out of curiosity, are bear traps things that we can like shoot and damage, or are they just things that we have to avoid?
They're made of metal. You're probably not. Okay. They're like thick metal. You're probably not going to damage them too much, unless you have something that will, do significant amount of damage to them.
But we could trip them.
You could. It's possible.
Okay.
You'd have to be pretty accurate, but you could do it.
So when we eventually get attacked, you should drop our enemies onto a bear trap.
That's not a bad idea.
That's definitely where they should spawn.
I concur.
Is that it for you, Marcus?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was the end of my turn.
All right, no problem. Nixie, you're up.
All right. Well, since I have nobody to throw me off of this rock, I'm going to hop down. And considering that there was a bit of noise with the trap, I'm not too worried about the splash damage on it. So, how high is the rock? I know I had to use athletics to get up, but...
Yeah, it's not that high. It's like maybe it sticks 2-3 feet out of the water, but for you that's a lot.
Okay. So we're gonna jump down to there.
It's not like jump down and take damage type high.
Yeah. Okay. And come right behind the guys.
Okay. Is that it?
And I think that's it for right now.
Okay. Let's see. That guy's not in existence. It is going to be the thing's turn. So, you all hear a cacophony of crow noises, dog sounds, the bleating of a sheep. You hear a hissing of a cat all over this tented area. And you see some of these dudes.
That thing.
I shout, "Everyone please be quiet. The miller is trying to sleep."
At the moment you see 3 of them, but you know that there are more. And because this could take forever, this could be a long encounter, we're going to stop it right here before it gets deep into the encounter. It's also 1 a.m. for us. Caw-caw!
Caw-caw! Caw-caw!
Hooty hoo!
Like I should. Nope. I should.
I love your little post-it notes, honestly.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna pick it up. So the reason I'm stopping here is I don't like to stop halfway through a combat because it's really bad for the combat. It's really bad for engagement. So we'll pick this up next time in 2 weeks if you guys are cool with that. But before we continue, we're gonna go with the highlights and low points if you have them. And let's do that. So why don't we start with Arathis, also known as Overbekorna.
Well, the highlight for me was, I think, the interaction between the party and the characters. I mean, I I like the fact that we're able to think differently than a hack and slash party. I mean, that's, I've been in a lot of games that where the first act is to just tear things apart, kill things, and that's it. So I'm glad that I'm in a group to where we all role play, and we can all, like the thing with Tucker, in the bar. I was telling her on break that, I mean, it was refreshing to see her role play through it, and a confrontation that could potentially have gone bad, and she turned it into something positive, and I thought that was awesome.
Yeah. Any bad points?
I didn't have any bad points. I enjoyed myself. I had a lot of fun. So.
Okay. I'm just making it clear that it's okay to say that there are bad points so that I know what to improve on for next time. I will not be offended, I promise. That said, now do you have any bad points?
No.
Okay, cool. Tucker Krat, aka Marcus, you next.
My good points. I really like how you are randomly putting in future plot points and rumors and stuff that we're hearing around that might be not directly relevant to now, but might pop up later. It kind of makes me feel like I really am playing Baldur's Gate, but actually in D&D, and with a combat system that makes sense. My point is the fact that I forgot my laptop cord for where I'm house sitting, and I've been streaming from my phone. I know, it's awful. That's it for me.
Honestly, I think we made do, and I think the session went pretty well considering. So,
I think that we did make do very well. I just feel bad, I couldn't see anything, and that's a penalty to myself. I like seeing you put a lot of work into it. I would love to see it. I will be watching the video and post.
Yeah, so I am lucky in that I have Gold Luca here, and she was doing a lot of your roles for me, which is totally awesome. And big praise to Gold Luca for managing the music. Thank you very much. Did you have other bad points, or was that the only one?
That's really the only one. Other than you have a cold, and I wish you would feel better.
Oh, thank you. I wish I would feel better too. Okay. So, Beacon, player 1. You're the next one. Hit it.
I was very impressed with the sound effects. Very much impressed with the sound effects. I also, like Kahuna said, enjoyed the interactions with the NPCs. I very much enjoyed my visit with Old Lady Helen. I thought that was very fun, and especially when she called me Bacon. That was pretty funny. And I'm struggling to come up with another bad point because I think Tucker hit mine. I do wish that you were feeling better, and I hope you feel better soon. I'm also a little regretful that we didn't spend the destiny point, or at least I don't think we did.
You did not. So I'm actually going to carry that over because I feel like I didn't give you a lot of really good opportunities to use it. So
that's very kind of you. There's another good point. I feel vindicated in the fact that we did not waste that point that the audience was kind enough to give us. Thank you all so much for watching and for giving us that point.
Yeah, what that guy said. All right. Misbehave. Nixie, you're up.
I really like that our group can go off in different pairs and not the same pairs, because sometimes you see like Marcus and Nixie going everywhere together, but I'm glad I got to go with Beacon to the little old nose lady's house, and it was fun to have the interaction with that and see her telling that he needs to settle down and find a nice woman, but that was kind of fun. Bad. I forgot my ears today. They're well hidden by my hair. Yeah,
Is that your bad point?
But yeah, I think that's about all I had. I like the group. Everyone in this group is amazing, and I have so much fun just interacting with them. talking about potatoes and stuff. But yeah.
Cool. So for me, my bad point was the cold. That's a big one. I keep forgetting to set up the encounters. It's technical stuff that you guys don't see, or rather you might see, but I can sort of gloss over. There's a bunch of stuff on my side that I could have done better, and I want to improve on that in the future. So that, like, for instance, the shadows popping up in this combat, that was a mess up on my part. Not a big deal for you, but it's just a minor annoyance on my part. It would be much smoother if I had taken the time to prep that particular aspect of it.
And you weren't sick for half a week?
Yeah, that would be nice too. Yeah. So my good points were that you all interacted with things in such a way that I had to make up some stuff on the fly, which is fun. Old Lady Helen was something I pulled out of my butt, and I'm glad that it worked out in such a way as it was fun for you guys. So that was cool. I had a really great time. Before we leave, are there any aspects of your streams or businesses or charities you want to endorse? Are there things you want to talk about? Please give yourselves a shout out. Tell people where to follow you. Tell people who you are. That's part of the point of this too. So why don't we start with BK there?
All right. Thank you guys for being here. I am Big Kahuna0275. I am a variety streamer on Twitch. You guys can find us on twitch.tv, BIG_KAHUNA0275. And
point with the shout out.
Do what?
A gold look was on point with the shout out in chat.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate it. But I don't know. I love playing with you guys, and I'm having a really good time. So thank you.
Okay, Marcus, you next. Sorry, Tucker Pratt.
It's okay. Hi there, I'm Tucker Pratt. I'm a variety streamer as well on Twitch. I'm an exhausted dog nanny, and will be streaming again come August. And thank you so much for joining us.
Player One, you're next.
Hi, I am Player One ATX. To differentiate me from any other Player Ones that you might find out there, I'm a DJ, and one of these days I'm going to get back to streaming on Twitch. But in the meantime, if you do want to check out some of my mixes, please feel free to stop by DJ Player One. That's DJPlayerOne.com. DJPlayer1.com. You will find some of my mixes, including the Dance Dance Revolution tribute I did at PAX South a couple of years ago. Back
Nice.
when, we could go to conferences. But yeah, that's me. Thank you very much.
So long ago, I don't remember.
In the before times.
DJ Bacon.
DJ
no.
Bacon. That's it.
That's it.
DJ Bacon, hide your wife. All right, how about Misbehave 8? You're next.
I'm Misbehave 8. I stream on Twitch on the weekends. This weekend, One Up on Cancer. It's on Twitch. On Saturday, I will be streaming on their platform, raising money for adults to help them pay their cancer bills.
Yes, that's awesome.
And I will be cosplaying as a Twi'lek, my purple Twi'lek, and playing Star Wars for, I think, 1 p.m. Central to 4, so 3 hours.
That Sunday?
Saturday, but the whole event is from Friday until Sunday. So
Awesome. I'll have to make sure to stop by. Oh, I'm a streamer too. I stream. Hey guys. Oh, were you done, by the way? I'm sorry. Did I talk over you?
oh, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, cool. It would have felt like a giant butthole. Yeah, I'm Rage Mage. I stream sometimes. I also do graphic design stuff for streams. So if you want screens, overlays, some animations, any stuff like that, I can help you out. I'd like to say that I'm pretty easy to work with, but who knows? That would just be me blowing smoke up my own beehole. But yeah, that's me. And you can find my stuff at a website that I know. I don't. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't remember my stuff. Anyway, I do stuff. Check me out. I'm cool. Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for playing. Thank you all for watching. We're gonna go.
Have you heard the good news about bed? I have, and it changed my life.
Bed slept with my wife. That's an old joke. Ask me some other time. I'm gonna go now. Good night, everybody. You guys are great.
Good night, y'all.
See ya. Holy shit, the credits thing worked. Fuck yeah.
Yay!
Is this new?
Yep.
I like it.
It's a thing in Streamlabs. Oh, I'm not deafened.